Buddy, lay down. Testing. Come on, load. Hey, Daniel. Welcome to episode 307 of Beauty Magazine, the Sims 4 story of a struggling 10-year-old magazine. Takes place in the year 2008. And we also have a prequel story that takes place in 1981 when Beatrice Ullbright was 18 years old, had just graduated high school, and had her whole life ahead of her. What led her at that time to go from just a shy, awkward teenager to wanting to run a magazine 17 years later? Okay. And anybody who's watching, whether it's now or in the future, be sure to check out his link to see what he's done with that and the other sports games that he's played. Buddy, you need to stop. I understand you want my chicken, but you're going to have to wait until I eat it. And you're getting pork, you're not getting chicken. So, stop. Stop. It's my day off. I'm relaxing. You have already had some stuff. I gave you some of the ham and turkey earlier. Yep. Alright. So, we're going to kind of continue where I left off last night. I'm trying to take the story towards the direction of Gloria Downing here. She is our antagonist. She is the Skeletor to our He-Man. Or Megatron, or whoever the evil one is, that's her. She's... But, like a lot of evil characters these days, a lot of people see them as good people, too. So, just misunderstood. But, in order to, before we get into that, I was trying to look for the episode where we involved her, with her and Jocelyn. I had already been looking for the ones with, here. So I started up this, I was going to write down the parts where Jocelyn had dealings with people. But there's also when we had other meetings. Anyway, let me see what's in this episode, because I'm looking specifically for the one when Jocelyn got called to Simon Barnes' office, and that turned into the supposed lunch meeting for the next day between Jocelyn and Gloria that went haywire when Gloria didn't show up. And would have been worse if not for certain events that had already taken place. Okay, looks like that train is just sitting back there. Okay, I think here we go.
You must have had a reason.
Alright. So... Alright. So this is kind of what I was looking for yesterday. Kind of do this while I attempt to eat these chicken pieces. So this was back in 163. That's almost half of the series ago.
I know it's kind of late, but I'm supposed to have an appointment with Mr. Barnes on the I believe he's on the top floor. Let me check. Well, there's nothing listed here. He literally his office just called me it's not even been an hour. They said get over here as soon as possible. Yeah, he does that.
I love how she laughed at that right then, because she would do that.
I'll buzz the elevator for you.
This is a running theme with Simon, as he calls people at the last minute and says, get over here. And then there's no appointments listed for the people who are showing up.
Hi, are you the one that called me a little bit ago for the appointment with Mr. Barnes? Let me see here. Which one are you? What was Jessica? No, Jocelyn. Jocelyn? Jocelyn. You sound like the one I talked to on the phone. So get over here right away. As soon as possible. Yeah, I believe I've done that. Okay, well, is he expecting me? Can you let me in? Let me see if he's ready. I'd appreciate that. Mr. Barnes, Jacqueline's here from Beauty Magazine. Yeah, send her in. Alright, you can go in now. Thank you. Have a nice day. You too. Mr. Barnes? You wanted to see me? You wanted to see me and not Beatrice? Well, I tried getting a hold of Beatrice, but she doesn't seem to be answering lately. Can't really blame her, but so you're her backup, eh? You second in command over there? Yeah, I am. I'm still kind of in shock myself, but yeah. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Well, I'd be lying if I said I knew everything, but I'm managing, and I'm figuring things out, and it seems to be working. Has Beatrice told you anything about that last meeting that I had with her? No, sir. I'm not aware that she had a meeting with you. Okay. So, well, would you like to sit down, ma'am? Is this going to take long? I'm not really planning on it, but you know, you're still welcome to sit down. Alright. This is a nice office, sir. Thank you. You know, we have some more available in this building. Well, that's good to know, sir. So, I'd like to talk to you about sales. Yes, sir? What about them? Well, how much do you know about your magazine's history? I've been learning quite a lot lately. You know about the merger? Yeah, I've looked into that. You know why Beatrice and Beauty are still around, right? Well, not completely, but he must have had a reason. Well, if you refer to these charts, you'll see my reason. If you ignore the fact that Gloria Downing's magazine is the market for magazines, you'll see that for the rest of the market, for the year of 2004 up to that point, Beatrice was doing pretty well with Beauty Magazine. I liked what she had done, and she had her competition on the ropes. Well, she earned the right to keep her magazine when I acquired them. But in order to be fair to the others, I had to keep them around too. And I was hoping that if they worked together, they could somehow grow the sales. It seems recently that hope has gone away. And not only is the staff from Blush and Bloom no longer around, it seems they've gone off and started their own magazines that I'm not publishing. What did I just say? So, apparently you've got the jobs of those other two. You, fresh out of college, eh? Yeah. You know, you must have some serious talent to be doing that. That's a lot of work. Yes, it is. And I enjoy it. So, Miss Glamour, is it? Yes. I got a report here, a recent one, says that your April issue is actually getting some sales. As much of an increase from your previous 3 issues for the year. Well, we caught a lucky break. We got some publicity on TV station, local news. Yeah. Hold up. sales. So, do you think you can keep this increase going? Well, I'm certainly trying. You know, I mean, we are running a business, right? The magazine's got to make money. Well, I'm glad you agree. You know, you don't have to work at the magazine. You know, I have places here you could work. Well, that's awfully kind of you, sir, but I'm kind of enjoying where I'm at. Well, I had to ask. Yeah, I agree. You probably did. Miss Lattimore, I don't know why Beatrice didn't tell you, but I'm telling you, you need to have the sales increase. They've got to go up. I've got some things coming up that are in the works, and well, with the cost of everything going up lately,
Lay down.
I can't afford to keep all my magazines around.
Lay down.
You know, y'all need to get them sales up, or I might have to not have your magazine. I might have to have other arrangements for other magazines. But I want sales. If I'm investing the money, I want a return on my investment.
Lay down.
Now, you only got a couple of months to make this happen.
Lay down, buddy.
You gonna make it happen? Well, that depends. I mean, have you had this talk with Beatrice? Is she aware of this? Yes,
Lay down.
I'm surprised she hasn't told you, but she is aware of this. I don't know why she's not answering her phone.
Buddy, lay down and shut up.
If you're seeing her and hearing from her when I'm not.
Will you just shut up? Give it 5 minutes.
when you say a few months, is there an actual deadline? Well, I have to finalize my mergers first. You got at least until the end of July. And you might have August. But I need to see some results. I need to see progress. Somebody's magazine's staying and somebody's magazine's going. So, what's going on now, Simon? Gloria. I was just meeting, this young lady here. She, somebody new at Beauty Magazine. Somebody new, huh? So what do you do? I'm the managing editor and the deputy editor-in-chief. You're a what? Yeah, I'm both the managing editor and the deputy editor-in-chief. You're doing both jobs? Are you getting paid? Yes, I'm getting paid. Are you able to handle that? Somehow I don't believe that. You look real young to be doing that. You ain't got no experience, do you? We'll find out. Who are you? Young lady. I ask questions around here. Gloria, take it easy. No. She wants to step into the big girl's world. She's gonna find out. I'm Gloria Downing. Probably heard of me. Your name rings a bell. I might have read something recently. Really? What the? Really? A heist? Oh man, I forget what I just said. Listen here, you little strumpet. I'm Gloria Downing of Gloria's Guide magazine. I see Simon broke out his old charts again. You see that big blue circle there? A big blue chunk? That's me. You see them other little chunks? That's you. You better know your place. You ain't never getting any of mine. I apologize, Miss Downing. I wasn't meaning to offend you. I truly did not know that much about you. Well, if you would like to know something about me, maybe we could have lunch tomorrow. Would you like to have lunch tomorrow? Would you like to, I got my favorite place I go to. I'll, make arrangements for them to, seat you at my table. I would love to have that. That would be my pleasure. All right. Don't be late. Pierre doesn't like to be kept waiting, and neither do I. So, you met Gloria. Yeah. Seems like a nice lady. Yeah, the lady part might be nice, but, yeah. Well, she's probably just under a lot of stress. Yeah, well, it ain't from the competition, I'll tell you that much. Y'all better, do what you can to get them sales up, but, I'd advise not to try to beat her, because it seems like any magazine that tries to beat her just, ends up at the bottom of the hamster cages. Yeah, I understand. Alright, well, it's getting late. You head on home now. Thank you for showing up in a timely manner. I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do with that magazine. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Barnes. I'll see what I can do. Good luck.
So we were watching something from the past. Because I'm trying to set some things up. But as I mentioned at the beginning of the episode today, Gloria Downing is basically... she is the Skeletor. Or the Megatron. Or the, the antagonist. You don't beat her. She's in control. She knows it. But I just want to say, I don't read from a script or anything. Everything I do is I have an idea of how I want something to go, and I hope it goes well enough. And in this case, I was happy with how that came out. The whole, And that was the end of that episode. But so Gloria Downing invited her to lunch the next day at the Pierre restaurant. But back in 147, Jocelyn had a meeting here. This is a VIP exclusive restaurant. You got to be some sort of celebrity or something to get in here. But Jocelyn had come here for a meeting with Nancy Landgrab because Nancy Landgrab had a publishing company and was trying to hire Jocelyn. She had heard about this up-and-coming, person, running as second in command at a magazine and was trying to lure her away. But Nancy doesn't realize that Jocelyn has 2 jobs and 2 salaries. So it's going to be kind of hard to lure her away, not knowing that she's already making more than you're going to offer, and you better have a job for her that's specific. So let's go back a little bit here.
There we go.
So this is what it was like when Jocelyn got here and tried to get seated with the hostess. They're very strict here. They're very protective of their clients and you don't get in if you don't have a reason to be there.
Don't be giving me a table yet.
Alright, buddy, I gotta stop giving you this. That's too much. That was a very, very big lump of this.
we ask, she's like, do you have a reservation? She's like, yeah, I'm supposed to be meeting somebody here. Do you have a name? They said they'd be here waiting. They didn't really leave me a name though. Well, I'm sorry, ma'am, but you can't eat here unless you got a reservation. I'm supposed to be meeting somebody here. Oh, thanks for recognizing me.
I wish we had working elevators.
Hurry up before that bird gets us. Yep, the table is ready, Miss Landgraf.
No more. No more. You just get back. No more. No more. You can't have more. You don't have a big enough belly. Lay down.
Are you sure that I don't know what the lady looks like I'm supposed to meet here, but I'm supposed to be meeting somebody. They're the ones that's got the reservation. They asked me to come here. You got anybody here that does that sort of thing? Ma'am, I don't know what to tell you, but you have to have a reservation to eat here. Well, should I maybe just like call out and see if somebody's waiting on me? You know, how am I supposed to know who I'm supposed to meet when you won't let me find out? You got anybody that's got like a +1 or something? You know, can you at least look at the list? Something? You know, I'm not used to going places like this. I don't know how you handle these things, but I was told to come here. You know, someone trying to give me a job offer or something. Hey, Clementine, I'm supposed to be meeting somebody here. If you see anybody that's new, they're supposed to be meeting me. Oh, that explains it. You must be waiting on this young lady here. Oh, yeah, that's probably her. Hey, hey, I got us a table over here. You must be Jocelyn. Yeah, I'm Jocelyn. Yeah, I'm Nancy. Let's go over here. Uh, Stop chatting with the dude. Go get over here to your table. Jocelyn, get over here. Get away. Don't you dare sit at our table. Get out here, Sandu. You know, it's a nice restaurant and all, but really should have been it. You know, I kind of wish I would have been able to keep the roof a little bit. You know, the overhang. Because these birds, you know, I don't think I'd really want to be dining here at the pier with these birds. You know, a little extra whipped cream on the pie is not what I want.
Yeah.
Okay, now that we've gotten to this part right here,
lay down.
I'm gonna go get some coffee and
Lay down.
try to get myself into story mode here.
Well, while I'm getting coffee, I'm gonna go get coffee. I'll be right back. Get his dog's food out of here so he's not gonna smell it. Because I can't give him any more of this today. His belly just not big enough for it. Buddy, all gone. All gone. You still have your food to eat. You still have your dog food to eat. There's plenty of it. No, you eat your dog food. You eat your dog food. Or don't. But there's no more pork for you today. And I'm out of chicken. All gone. All gone. All gone. It's all gone. I'm sorry, but it's all gone. You've had enough. You have had enough. You cannot eat more. I don't want to have to clean it up. You know, I mean, if you would automatically put your face over a plate or something when you go to do that, I'd gladly let you do that, but we ain't having that. All right, I am back. Let's get us.
So I will be right back. You know, now that I'm seeing people sitting next to each other, it's a little bit intimate here. It's almost a little too close to each other, you know? But, whatever.
Lay down. Buddy, you need to lay down. Lay down and calm down. Lay down and calm down.
Alright. So, Miss, Lattimore. No, we'll need a minute. I'll call you over when we're ready. So, thanks for meeting me here, Miss Lattimore. You're, possibly offering me a job? Well, I hear that, from what I understand, you went to school to become a journalist, right? In, news? You wanted to be a news journalist, right? Well, yeah, that's what I was doing. Yep. Wanted to do some stories on the hometown and you know, was hoping maybe someday I could help my town and let people know what was going on there. Well, I don't know about your town, but that's kind of why I have my newspaper. I was wondering if you would be interested in my offer. You know, I don't know how that compares to what you're currently making, but I hear you've got a lot of talent and that you're a hard worker. And those are a couple of things that I surely enjoy in those who work for me. I like hard work. Well, you think maybe we should order something? we get down to business, if that's what you like, yeah, we could order something. Alright, what are we gonna have? Well, we're gonna have these. Appetizers. We're gonna have a soup or a salad. Well, you could have a soup or a salad, or maybe a soup or salad. Let's, have a main course.
Only the best
Let's
appear.
see, the Pierre. Yes, nothing but the finest at the Pierre. The chef's choices of rice and beans. Oh, gosh. Jocelyn likes lemon pie. And Nancy's gonna have the blueberry.
They need to fix it so you can order 3 things. Really makes it dumb that they got different meal stages and you can only get 2 things. They should make it, so you can order in courses and just do it all at once. Like, what are they having first? They're going to have their drink with a salad. Then they're going to have a different drink with their dessert. And they're going to,
rude and order the $12 steak.
Or if they order coffee, have refills. The waitress comes by and gives refills.
Jesus.
Or they come by and ask if you want your drink refilled.
The Samoans, it's different. Yeah, well, same difference. No, it isn't. It is if I say it is.
Because I'm probably going through this right now thinking I can get 3 things.
You know what? I'm curious. Let's have her get this and see if she complains that it's a microwave meal. And Nancy's having a lobster roll. Oh, we didn't do the
Lobster rolls are good.
Well,
I mean, I've only had them in Cape Cod and Maine, but I mean, if you're gonna have them, that's where you have them.
We're at the fish place, so we're gonna have the. You're gonna have that, and Jocelyn's gonna have that one. It's only $500 bill without giving a tip. The bean saponario. So, what made you want to? What made you want to go into journalism besides reporting on the hometown? Anybody you know in journalism? No, not really. Just all right.
Yeah, Sims
soup and Simsmopolitan.
Yeah. That's I don't know what that combo's like because I've never had that alcohol, but.
Oh, this is breakfast they're eating.
Where are you going? Jocelyn, where are you going?
Where'd we go? What? What? Really? Oh, I gotta see this. She's gonna confront them about bullying. Yeah, don't be bullying my possible future cover model. I know who you think you are. Seagulls, get them.
Come on. Come on, get back with it here.
Yeah, the nice lady ran off your daddy.
Come on, get on with the interview.
That's my truck driver, Amy. Finally made it out of Oklahoma, I guess. Got all the way out here to the coast.
Come on, do the interview already.
Okay, do we have to keep ordering for each course? Because that,
Yeah.
you know...
Come on. What, did I fall asleep or something? Come on, have the interview. Because I'm looking at here and it's like, obviously we're getting close to the end of that episode. What the hell happened?
Alright, I'm gonna call this in the middle of this because I just can't stay awake.
Okay. Alright. That makes sense. So... Oh, wrong. No. Okay.
The March issue to the newsstand as her second in command. Her Jocelyn, what she's doing, because she got these jobs as the second in command. So she's not happy about that. And that's really played The Sims in this series with a story about.
Sorry about this. I want to hear what I was saying.
Magazine has been my reason. Flip HTML5. They have some free features that I've used. They let me upload just regular JPEG files and such, and I don't have to mess around with PDFs and stuff like that. So I've been able to just kind of, as somebody who doesn't know a darn thing about what he's doing, I've been able to do some stuff with making these sort of fake-looking magazines and stuff with advertisements and photo spreads and fashion spreads and, some pretend articles, even though I haven't really finished the articles. I got a really long one here about Penny and Penny Pizzazz, and so yeah, that's kind of what I do, But for the most part, it's about the story and the gameplay. Beauty Magazine has been my reason to really give The Sims 4 a chance for a change after having the game for 7 years now, and having been a previous player of the other Sims games before that. It took me a long time to, and even still, I get frustrated with Sims 4 over things, there's things I want to be able to build and I can't do it. They limit you to only 4 floors except for the basements. Things like that. There's not even though they've added a lot of toddler gameplay and stuff like that, it's like, they could add things like strollers and things like that. But instead, here they're coming out with a fairy pack instead. It's like, come on, enough with the fantasy stuff, and let's do some more reality stuff. I don't want to have to buy Inzoi. I don't want to have to start over. Anyway, but yes, this series has been my reason to keep playing The Sims 4. I've got characters. I've introduced new characters. I've told stories for the characters. I've added family members for these characters. The family members have had stories. I've added in my previous Sims from other playthroughs that I've done in the past, both on YouTube and not on YouTube. And so I have actually played The Sims in this series with a story about this magazine where Beatrice Ullbright started her magazine, and it's called Beauty Magazine, but it's not supposed to be like other beauty magazines. It's supposed to be more about individual beauty and not just people, beautiful ideas, beautiful things, plants, a nature scene, kind of like that guy Ansel Adams that had.
I just realized that's something I could do. Is somebody could have like a gardening vlog where they show a plant, their gardening vlog from issue to issue. how their plants started out and how they're growing, and you know, I could do something like that. Maybe Misty. I don't know, with the greenhouse or something. But anyway, God just gave me an idea.
Mountains and stuff. That would be something that you might see in this magazine back in the day. But unfortunately, in 2004, her magazine and another magazine were the publishers of them were both bought by another publisher, and he decided that the two magazines needed to be merged so that he could downsize and not have to pay for two magazines to be published, and that's what he does. But in doing so, with leaving Beatrice Ullbright in charge, her magazine is not what she intended it to be, and he won't let her. Simon Barnes of Regency Publishing just won't let her do things the way she used to. And it causes problems for her. She's lost her inspiration, so to speak. And to make matters worse, he called her into the office recently and told her that she needs to get the sales up, or he's going to be buying some other magazines and once again downsizing to just one magazine, and hers might be on the chopping block if she can't get the sales up. So she's not happy about that. And that's on top of her finding out that she has some sort of cancer. I don't know what kind, because she hasn't told me, and she's not telling anybody else that she's got cancer. She's just trying to take vacation time and just, deal with it herself on her own time, and she's not going to die from the cancer. That much I can say, but I don't know what kind she's got. She hasn't told me. But he did sort of say that if she could find another publisher after these 3 months, if she needed to, she could try to take it to some other publisher. Her biggest concern is that even if she finds a publisher, he might just buy that publisher right away, and she'd be right back in the same situation. But anyway, that's the basic premise of what we've got going on right now, with the exception of her second in command here, Jocelyn Lattimore, is trying to figure out what she's doing, because she got these jobs as the second in command right out of college after only being an intern at the magazine. And she didn't have an interest in fashion before this. Okay, first things first, let's get you back into the outfit you were wearing. Oh. Okay. So after she's recently started taking an interest in fashion, trying to learn how to do her job better now that she's got this job, and one thing's led to another. Some of the other magazines and publications and media outlets have started to take notice of her, wondering who it is that Beatrice Ullbright has as her second in command. Her Jocelyn is both the managing editor and the deputy editor-in-chief. She was given both titles after two different people who held those titles were recently fired, who used to work for Blush and Bloom magazine, the one that got merged into Beauty. And now those two people, Iama Oldrovich and Faison Beach, have started their own magazines.
Okay.
So, the first one to try to get Jocelyn away from the magazine and make offers to her, well, Nancy Landgrab here. We just, as of yesterday's episode, I put her as, she's got some sort of a newspaper, which is actually across the way here. She's got a building for it. Or at least that's where the building would be. I don't think I actually finished making it, or even started it. But yeah, Nancy Landgrab has a newspaper of some sort, and she's trying to, because she heard that Jocelyn was going into journalism for wanting to be like news reporting, and Nancy wants to try to get Jocelyn because she's new at the game, and Nancy has assumed that she's a pushover and would take orders so that Nancy could hide her other activities, since apparently the Landgrabs are into some shady things.
Come on. Come on. What am I doing?
Could actually be telling. Anyway, they are up here at this restaurant called the Pierre, run by Pierre. I forget what his last name is because he's not here. This is the Pierre at the Plaza Hotel. The hotel itself is under renovation, but the restaurant's still open. And the Pierre just happens to be next to the bridge here.
Yeah? Come on, get on with it. I know you were having a hard time coming up with stuff, but come on now. Get on with this.
I'm supposed to be off later today.
Oh, is this a day where I got called into work? Well, it's I only got a 3-hour episode here, so I might have gotten called into work.
I'm just not properly thinking here. Otherwise, I'm just going to fall asleep, and this will be really, really boring.
Time out. One of the things I was noticing that I recently, now that I have the second laptop, when I was listening to some of these older episodes, it's like I no longer have to be swearing and F-bombing about my old phone not playing my music. Because I can just put it on the other laptop and it just keeps going. It's nice. I'm glad I'm no longer frustrated by that.
Hey, why are you getting involved in it? This is supposed to be... Hey, why are you getting involved in it? This is... And keep to yourself.
Crunching the result. Yes. Wanna yo-yo.
Jesus Christ, how long was I at this damn thing? Come on, get on with the frickin' episode here.
Just end the damn meal, because you're not bringing frickin' food out.
Come on. What was wrong with me?
Finally, we've got our microwave dinner, and she's got her lobster roll.
Are we going to have a conversation? Come on, have the conversation. Yeah, I realize I'm an idiot, but sometimes I can be a real idiot.
Yeah, you got a no, not the most original name. Yeah, I'm Nancy Landgrab of Landgrab Publications. You've probably heard of me or my company. So,
I wonder if maybe I just started this
yeah,
over or something.
You got a newspaper around here, don't you? Yeah, our office is across the street there. Whatever the hell that street, across the river, whatever the hell that is, across the bay. They call it here. Let me see.
Oh, come on.
Okay, so you run some newspapers, eh? Why I suck at this. Well, let's get down to brass tacks, shall we? I heard that you went to college to become a journalist, and you're working at some. Pardon my. Pardon my. She doesn't want to say French, but for lack of a better word, you're working at some rag, and I don't think you meant to do that, from what I understand. And I'm wondering if I might have a position that you'd rather have. What sort of positions? Well, I don't quite have anything as fancy a title as what you're currently got, but I could offer you something a little similar. So what you're saying is I could come work for you for a job that's not as significant and not quite the same amount of pay. Well, I don't even know what you're making.
Buddy, will you stop? Alright.
Well,
I'm sorry, but this dog is too unpredictable lately. I'm going to have to let him outside. I'll be back. Let me scoop you up. We're going to go out. That's a good boy. Yeah. Okay. Well, I can see them not necessarily pumping up the graphics yet, because sometimes these games are scared to do that. You know, not everybody's got the latest and greatest computer. I mean, I've been very fortunate with these two laptops that I've ended up getting. You know, I don't know what I'm doing when I go to get the laptops, but I stumbled across both of these. I've got them both at Micro Center, which means I pretty much paid less than I would have paid at the other places. But you know, it's like graphics wise and all that, they look great when I'm watching them, but not so great on the YouTube, you know. I mean, that's part of the problem. You know, YouTube will crap them out. Anyway. But, you know, if anybody's interested in what he's doing with the football game, his link is there in the chat. You can watch what he's done previously, and when he uploads the other stuff, you can watch that too. I did have a little, I'm not going to say what it is, but while I was out there waiting on the dog, I had some ideas pop into my head about some possible future things going on in the game here. So, some directions I could take things. So, hopefully I'll remember.
How much are you offering? I see you're gonna play some hardball here, huh? Well, you're the one that wants me, so I don't mean to be rude, because I do appreciate the offer, and I don't want to seem ungrateful, but I need a good offer here. You know, other than just working at a newspaper, what are you really offering? Well, I can see you're not really serious about really wanting to be a journalist, huh? I didn't say that. I would like to know what your real offer is. Like I said, I appreciate taking time to have me here, and I'm not wanting to seem ungrateful. But you know, I also have to handle HR myself. I have to do sort of what you're doing right now. And I'm offering a job to somebody, I need to have some idea of what I'm offering to them. Or else, you know, you're trying to bait a fish right now, and you're not using a very good hook. And I might actually want whatever it is you're trying to dangle in front of me, but you're not doing a very good job of it. You know, I had a real good job in mind for you. It could have been all yours, but maybe you're just not the right type for me. Maybe you're not serious about wanting to be a journalist. You're still not telling me what the job is. You know, are you wanting me to be the person writing the obituaries, or do you want me to be the beat writer for the front page? What is the job? Well, you can't just jump right to the front page. You haven't even written articles for that thing you're doing. I haven't seen your name on anything other than a letter from the deputy editor. You don't have any work to show. Well, I guess maybe I should keep the job I've got until I do have something to show. I appreciate the job offer, whatever offer it is that you're trying to offer, but you're not even telling me what you are offering. I'm sorry if I've wasted your time and your money here. Thanks for the meal. But I don't think I should waste any more of your time. Maybe we should call this off. I don't think I'm right for you. Yeah, maybe you're not. You're not who I thought you were. Good luck with your rag. Thanks. I do kind of like it there. Suit yourself.
Okay, I did that well after all. I'm going to pause that, and then let me change this. I'm going to just put it at 148, because I basically started that over. From what I can tell, I started it over because I wasn't happy with it or something. But that was the bottom line, is Nancy kept beating around the bush about the job offer, not wanting to offer her anything big, but expecting that Jocelyn was just going to come work for her just because it's a chance to work for her, and not realizing that Jocelyn's getting 2 salaries, and more money than she's ever dreamed of getting up to this point, coming from the poor neighborhood in Evergreen Harbor over by the train station. It's like, she's not going to just jump ship to go work for, what it's got to be she got to know what the job is she's jumping for. You know, I mean, I'm sure those of you who are watching, whether it's now or in the future, you know, if you had your choice, would not just go take another job without knowing what the job is and possibly getting paid less. I mean, unless you really hate the job you've got now and have to get out of there. Because that I can understand. You know, you got, I mean, hell, the way things were going with our manager a couple months ago, you know, if I'd have had a job worth getting out for, I might have done it. You know, luckily at the moment we've got, it's funny because our current manager wore a giraffe outfit for Halloween, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? He really does stick his neck out for us. Yeah. You know, we've got a really good one right now, and I hope we don't lose him anytime soon. You know, I work in a grocery store, and well, it's a chain of grocery stores, so they're constantly changing our store managers and assistant managers, and because they, you know, they can't just leave well enough alone. It's like, well, that store is doing well, so let's take their manager to a struggling store, or vice versa. But it's like, right now things are going okay. And they've gotten rid of our service counters, so at the moment we're still in the middle of the remodel, and the customers are still coming in and finding out that we don't have the service case, and at the moment we don't have fresh fish because we're waiting for the new refrigerated section for the fish to be completely installed and brought up to temperature. And you know, in the meantime, we got totes with the imitation crab and stuff sitting in the back room on a cart. And it's like, people are like, you got imitation crab? And I gotta wheel the cart out. Which one do you need? Okay, what did I do when she got back? That's what I thought I did. So she got back here and she just pounded the snot out of this bag like, God damn it, you know? You know, just tell me what the damn job is. Call my magazine a rag. Who the hell does she think she is? And then she went for a jog. You know, trying not to fall asleep. I don't have my headphones on at this very second yet. Oh, wow, wow. Taking a shortcut there. And I'm not talking about rags to riches. Hello, buddy. Damn crackers. As I went along with those, I started trying to just pour them in a bowl so it'd be less noise, but doesn't always stop all the noise. I don't have any crackers at the moment. I only got popcorn. You know, it still makes noise, but I didn't make any yet today. Of course, I did just eat the chicken, so.
The thing about rags is a real good story. Not a story, but there's a song about rags. Somebody who's got a lot of other songs sang a song about rags. And I'm not talking about Rags to Riches.
Oh, yeah. Coat of many colors.
There's a song about some girl that her mama made her a coat out of different colored rags. The Coat of Many Colors by Dolly Parton. Anyway, so I'm trying to think of something that she's just trying to, it's just like a little side project for her. She's not writing it for the magazine, or she's writing because she's pissed. And she, kind of like a journal entry type thing, only trying to write a story about it.
Okay, so tonight we got Raiders Broncos. Yeah, what about it? It's a football game. It's on later tonight. Oh, yeah, and it's also Amazon Prime.
Really?
All right. I don't know what I'm doing, but I don't have time for that. So. Oh, JoJo on the Rag, Chapter 1. Cool.
Nobody's ever called her JoJo before. She just called herself. Okay. I don't want to force myself to stay awake right now for music.
Looks like I didn't do anything for a while there. I probably did fall asleep.
Enjoying what you are watching. Other than me just...
Okay, so we found the spot where she met with Lancey? Yeah, Lancey Nangrab. Okay, so now I want to find, well, we go back to episode 164. Okay, that's this one. Oh, this might have been that day. Or did I end that because the internet was... Wait, no, I don't know what I'm talking about. Or... Oh, it must have went down at the end of this one. And then we started another episode after this. Okay.
Into apple jam, and then we had the baby eating the applesauce for the, well, and the other foods. But, and, you know, this here. Save a Fox.
Yeah, this was then. That was the day that it was announced, or the day after it was announced that Michaela from Save a Fox had taken her own life because of the online bullying. Leaving behind a husband and a young 2 or 3 year old child, and a bunch of foxes to take care of, and thankfully there's a lot of volunteers and family that are helping out to keep it going. But anyway, that was the day, and here, because I'm mentioning that. I added her as a character to the game, just Michaela and Save a Fox, or at saveafox.org. And it's not for me to... It's just an NPC that if she shows up, it just kind of reminds me to do what I just did. To share their link. In case anybody ever wants to go to their YouTube or to their website and help them out. They got a fur farm shut down that had 500 foxes on it. And in the process of... getting all the donations and everything and getting those foxes off that farm, other fox rescues and sanctuaries popped up and took some in. And at the moment, there either are very few left or all of them have been gotten off of there. I mean, we're talking like less than 50. Might be down to 10, might be, just there's barely any left on that farm, but in just over a year, they managed to do that. That was her mission. These are foxes that they're born in captivity in those cages, have never touched the ground. These cages are up above the ground like a dog kennel. They've been bred for generations for one purpose: to be fur. To make coats, to make hats, you go to the Renaissance Festival and buy some fancy fox hat or raccoon hat. Well, that's pretty much where you're getting them from, a place like that. If it ain't fake, that's what you're getting it from. And they gotta build, they gotta like build all these enclosures and yards and everything just to have these animals have a chance to walk on the ground for the first time ever. And sometimes they have to start off with a small enclosure area that's still bigger than what they're used to. I mean, like build a cage about the size of a small bedroom so that they can come out of like a doghouse and roam around that big cage, and then have a yard later on open up so they can actually go out and run either by themselves or with other foxes. It takes money, but it's also the vet bills. You got to pay all the vet bills just for the initial taking each one to a vet to get them checked out to see if they have any problems to start with. But then over time, something goes wrong, they swallow something, all those vet bills. And then when they're starting to get old enough to actually need to go and see if they're about to die, those vet bills and surgeries and, cancer treatments and, that stuff adds up. It may only cost a certain amount to actually shut down the fur farm and build the enclosures, but then them vet bills start adding up too. And I just want you to think about this. Let's say she had 20 foxes, and every day one of them gets a chicken drumstick because they need some raw food. You think about that. How many packs of chicken per day are you buying? Even the value packs. A value pack of chicken legs, that's at least one whole one per day. It might have like 12 chicken legs in it. So that's like two packs per day just to feed all these foxes. And that's just like their snack. You still got to give them their other food too. They eat eggs, they eat all kinds of things. But anyway, I'm not going to harp on that too much. I put a link in the chat. If anybody's interested, you can go. This, but yeah, there's that video there where the husband broke down about how he found her, and it was not fun. So when did we do the thing with Gloria? So it looks like I was working on the garden instead. The butterfly garden. Yep. So that's when I was starting out the butterfly garden.
Okay.
I didn't know I was making a butterfly garden at the time. I was starting out and I was trying to do like a flower, like a flower petal going like this, and then another one going up and down over here, and like fill in with like the corkscrewish looking thing. But I just couldn't get it right.
Just... Well... It'll have given these plants a chance to have grown. All gone.
I probably did this because of the announcement about the fairy pack or whatever. I was probably getting ready for it.
And then we can...
Well, in any case, those of you, if you want to see what I was doing, you can see the episode numbers there, back around 168-ish. If you want to see what I was doing to build that garden. It was around this time.
I mean, these are still doing good, but... we're good on begonias. I was at Media Play buying either PlayStation games.
You were, huh? Well, it's a cool story, bro.
They need to be able to clear this stuff out so other people can use them. I don't have the time to stop what I'm doing and do it for them. Oh, Ow.
Okay, I think we're getting there. Because now I think we're replaying. Yep, we're replaying what happened so we can go from there. Okay, this is episode 171. So, if you weren't watching earlier, or at all, our antagonist, Gloria Downing, had invited Jocelyn to come dine with her the next day after a meeting. Jocelyn had gone to meet with the publisher, Simon Barnes. Gloria barged in. Jocelyn didn't know who Gloria was just by looking at her. She'd heard of Gloria Downing, but didn't know who she was. And Gloria took offense to that. But thinking that she had smoothed things over with Gloria, and all of a sudden they're on friendly terms, and Gloria invites her to lunch the next day at the Pier at the Plaza. Now, not knowing that Jocelyn has been here already once with Nancy Landgrab, but this is a VIP restaurant. Only the cream of the crop get in here. And small-timer Jocelyn's not getting in here. She don't have the credentials.
Yeah. Perfect. That's a perfect idea, Robert. All right, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Yeah, that's all you need to know. I'll be right back.
I love those moments. Because as I mentioned before, I come up with stuff on the fly sometimes. I don't follow a script. It's like I know what I want to do to start off with, but getting there is total other thing.
Because it would obstruct the view The Pier does not have umbrellas at their tables. Because it would obstruct the view of the bridge. Everybody should have, even if you're over here, you should be able to see the bridge. Or that view. And people's umbrellas would be getting in the way. It's bad enough the poles here, but if there was an umbrella here, it would block the view. This would block the view. We don't want all them umbrellas. This is why
this was before
for the view.
The transparent
and
walls.
It's at a supposedly rich hotel and all that, but so she gets off the elevator. There's an elevator here. It's not a ladder.
Buddies with soda. Bove sopa. Oh, salsa. Untown blank. Ladies.
So she looks around, she sees that, like, nobody's sitting at any of the tables. Now she's probably thinking, well, maybe I'm early. Ignore the fact that it says 7:20 a.m. We're not, I'm not going by that. Hi, I'm here for, Gloria Downing's table. Is she here yet? I'm supposed to be meeting her for lunch here. No, Miss Downing has not arrived here today. Let me see if she even, has her table reserved.
You follow me. What's so? Vanessa.
Do you know which table she usually sits at? Can I be seated there? That would not really be appropriate. She'd be very upset if she comes here and it turns out you're not supposed to be with her. Miss Downing does not like anybody being at her table. Well, she asked me to meet her here for lunch today. This is the usual time she has lunch, is it not? If she comes here a lot? I'd imagine she comes here a lot. Yes, she is a very frequent diner here. Well, can you please seat me at her table? She asked me not to be late. Now, as far as I can tell, I'm early. I don't see her here. But I'd like to be here when she gets here. I can see how you might see that as a positive situation, but as I mentioned, if she arrives and you're at her table, that's not going to work. Does Miss Downing ever show up late? I'm not really at liberty to say. Do you have anywhere where I can wait? Well, you could wait downstairs in the lobby. I don't know if you've noticed, but they're working on the lobby down there. They don't have anywhere to sit. Well, I don't run the hotel, ma'am. I only work up here at the restaurant. So I guess I just stand in the rain? Well, ma'am, we can't really have you loitering here either. Well, can you see? Do you have another available table that nobody has reserved yet? Can I at least sit there until Miss Downing arrives, and then you can bring me over to her? If you need me to order something, I can pay. I can order something. I have money. We're kind of busy today. I'm not sure if we have a table open. Can you at least look? I mean, I will gladly get up and move if somebody does need their table. I just would like to sit down. And I'll order something if needed. Can you please seat me? I'm not trying to make the job harder. I'm not meaning to be rude. I'm not any of those things. I'll tip well. I'm not poor. Ma'am, I didn't say you were. But we have to make sure that our regulars have their tables available. How do I want to go about this now? Do you ever call to check up on somebody to see if they're coming? Or if they've canceled their reservation? Is that something you can do? Because I'd really like to know what's going on here. Ma'am, please. I need you to not be asking these questions. I can't really help you. When your party arrives to claim their table, I will seat you there, but I can't seat you there yet. We don't have a reservation for Miss Downing with a +1. So I cannot seat you at her usual table. And you have no empty tables that I can sit at. Ma'am, I'm going to need you to close that umbrella. You're obstructing the view. Ma'am, please don't use that language here.
Buddies with
I'll
soda.
have to call security if you can't calm down. Oh, that won't be necessary. I apologize. Are you sure there's no way you can call her or her office to see if she's coming? I've already explained that to you, ma'am. We cannot contact her. She will be very upset if we contact her.
Bang!
Come on, Pierre, get over there. Is everything okay, ma'am? No, not really. I'm supposed to be meeting somebody for lunch here, somebody very important. Apparently she's not here, and there's no way for me to get a hold of her. I don't have her contact info, and I can't call her myself. But your staff, your hostess lady over there won't call her for me, and they won't let me sit down, and it's raining, and I don't know what to do. I don't want to leave here because this lady is like, if she gets here and I'm not here, or I'm late, she's going to be biting my head off. And in the meantime, I got nothing I can do here. Ma'am, I believe you were here the other day, weren't you? Yeah, I was. I was here with a lady named Nancy, Miss Landgrab. Oh yes, Mrs. Landgrab. Yeah, I saw that. Are you meeting her again this time? No, Mrs. Gloria Downing. Mrs. Well, she's a miss. Oh yeah, Miss Gloria Downing. Gloria Downing is supposed to be having lunch with you. She asked me if I wanted to have lunch with her today. When I was in a meeting with my publisher last night, she barged into the meeting and, well, she invited me here to lunch. Well, I'm going to show you to a table because you've been here before. So obviously people are inviting you here. So I'm going to go ahead and seat you. Are you the chef? I'm Pierre. This is my restaurant. Well, it's very nice to meet you, Pierre. Sir. You have a very nice place here. Yeah, thank you. Where would you like to be seated? I know we have a few tables available. We did have a few cancellations because of this rain. You know, it's a great view, it's a great place, but when it rains, nobody wants to come here. And I can't bear the thought of having umbrellas on these tables. It really spoils the view. Yeah, I don't really blame you there. But it does rain a lot here, too. Yeah. Yeah, that's very true, ma'am. Well, I'm personally going to seat you at Miss Downing's table. I know which one she usually gets. And I'm going to sit with you until she arrives. That's very kind of you, sir. She probably requests this one. But we can't do that one. Hey, Clementine, I want you to seek this young lady at Miss Downing's table. I know you may not recognize her, but she was here the other day. And, I'm seating her at Miss Downing's table, and if Miss Downing does show up and has a problem with that, she can see me. Is that understood? Yes, sir. No problem. Now, I know you're just following policy, and I appreciate that. But this is not Miss Lattimore's first time here. So we're going to make an exception to this. And if there's any issues with her bill at all, I will take care of it. Is that understood? Yes, sir. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna sit with her for a few minutes. So, Miss Downing invited you here? Yeah, she, I work for a different magazine than hers, and, she came into the room and, well, we didn't completely hit it off right away because I had no clue who she was. Yes, Amy? Miss Lattimore, would you like to get started with something? I think I'd like something to drink. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, that's probably a good choice. You make some pretty good ones here. Of course, I make sure of that. Medium well on that.
I love how the birds just fly so low.
So, can you tell me, does Miss Downing ever cancel? No, I've never known her to cancel on somebody. Am I on time, or am I early, or am I late for her usual time? Well, you're definitely on time. She's definitely late. Okay. How do I get myself into these situations? Well, maybe she got stuck in traffic. It does happen, especially around here. She might be over on that bridge, especially with the weather.
That's a hot
thank you.
cocktail.
Oh, that is good. That's not what I meant to do. It's a hell of a cocktail you put together for me. Yeah, that is delicious. I think I have myself a new favorite drink. Would you like another? On the house? Yeah, I think at this point I would. You know what, I think I'll have one too. Would you like to have something to eat? Well, I still, I should probably wait until Miss Downing gets here. It would be rude to not eat when she gets here, especially if she's paying. Yeah, I see your point. Well, I'll tell you what, Miss Lattimore. My hostess may not be able to, but I'm gonna wait a few more minutes and then I'm gonna go check to see what's going on. I will get to the bottom of this.
Gee, I wonder what that was. That was back then. My email and my text both use the same sound. So it's always jarring when I hear that noise.
Where the hell did you go? Get back here. Oh, I think she's a neat freak. I'm sorry, I don't mean to call her a freak. No, I didn't make her neat. Loyal bookworm practice. Not a neat freak. I called her a freak again. Okay, she's not a neatness enthusiast. That's cool. Well, yeah, this is the Pierre restaurant calling. Does Miss Downing wish to keep her table reserved for this afternoon's lunch? Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. I understand. All right. Okay. Yeah. Alrighty. Okay. Bye-bye. Miss Lattimore. Miss Downing won't be coming today. Apparently, she had a meeting scheduled in France today. She's in Paris. You think maybe it just slipped her mind that she had that meeting in Paris and just kind of forgot that she made the lunch arrangements for today? Well, it is possible that she got that busy and forgot about both things. It happens. Yeah, it's either that or something else. Oh, ma'am. Miss Downing's a bit of a feisty one there. Did anything happen yesterday that might have set her off? Yeah, I suppose she might have been a little insulted by the fact that I didn't know who she was. Yeah, I think I think this is her way of playing a joke on you. I think she set you up. I think she wanted you going home crying. Well, I certainly still feel like doing that. I would be, except you've been very kind. Well, I wasn't always the manager and the owner. I haven't always been allowed in. I know what it's like to feel like the doormat. Yeah. My offer for providing your lunch is still on the table. If you'd like to have something on the table. I think I will order something. I appreciate that. I'll join you this time. What does she want? As you can see, we have the very best in the soups and salads. And we have the very best bean and cheese burritos and burgers and PB&Js and... Well, she definitely likes curry. Got some pancakes. We have chili. Got some whole wheat pancakes. And we got a fancy steak, you know, and some pizza, some taco casserole. You know, only the best for Pierre's. And then we got lots of ice cream and some donuts and peanut butter cookie. And we got these regular size sliced pies. You don't get one of them slivers like them fancy places. You know, a lot of them. I've been to a fancy place before that had like a when I was in high school, I had restaurant management class, and we went to a restaurant at a hotel that did like a 5-course meal where they come out with like, here's your fancy plate with 2 green beans on it with a drizzle on it and things like that, and then you get like that barely the size of a finger slice of cake or pie or cheesecake or whatever it was. Yeah. Okay. What's she gonna eat? Chicken nuggies? Nah, I think she's gonna go for more than the chicken nuggies. Hey, they make a lobster roll a chef's choice. That's a prime choice. Hot dogs.
Oh. Sounds like I must have had one of them furs in my throat at the time. Hopefully I don't get one of those today. Eyelash or whatever it is that I get in the back of my throat. I'm sorry for that. These things are really annoying. They poke at you, and first they make your sinuses go, so you think you're coming down with something.
Poor fella back there. I don't know if he's got skill or not. I think she's. Let's have her be in the mood for pancakes. She's gonna have pancakes. And,
Is that my final answer? I guess. Okay, it did start raining again.
Where the hell did you go anyway? We got a bathroom. Don't we have bathrooms up here? Yeah, there's one in there. The young lady's gonna have these items here, and I'm gonna have this, and right. And Miss Lattimore, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go personally see to this. Here, hey Rico, I'm gonna take over, and I'm gonna prepare this one. Alright. I'll be out in just a moment. I'm really sorry Miss Downing did that to you. So, how's them pancakes? They're excellent. They really are. They really are excellent. Jocelyn, sit down. I'm glad to hear you say that. Hey, I'm gonna be taking care of this. Put it on my usual. Yes, sir. Clementine, I want you to do me a favor, and I want you to put Miss Lattimore's information into the system. From now on, when Miss Lattimore comes here, I want you to give her a table. If she tells you she's here to meet somebody, you go ahead and put her at that table. Yes, sir. And if the party she's supposed to be meeting doesn't arrive within a timely manner, especially if they're not here in their usual amount of time, I want you to call their employment, or I want you to call their contact info. I want you to find out if they're coming, especially if it's that Miss Downing. That Miss Downing set her up and stood her up. Or at least I suspect she did. It might have been an accident, and again, it might not have been. And I don't take too kindly to that. And if that happens again, I don't care who Miss Downing thinks she is, she won't be dining here at Pierre. So you don't have to go to all that trouble. I'm not the one that went to all that trouble. She was the one being the trouble. She not only tried to do that to you, but that caused problems for me too. You know, I got a reputation to uphold this place. We can't be treating people like she expected us to treat you. And look at what did happen. I mean, Clementine was just doing her job, and I appreciate that. But we shouldn't be leaving people like you that are new here in the dark, in the cold, in the rain. Well, I think for starters, sir, if you had some place for somebody to sit and wait, if it's not at a table, that might help. Yeah, you got that right. I'm gonna see about making some changes. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So then she went to the Spice Festival, and it's possible this is where she met somebody. A new friend. So I might be writing something else on that timeline. Well, I will be. I just want to figure out when it was. Oh, he went with her. Alright, time out. I'm gonna refill my coffee and stuff. I'll be right back. We are watching previous episodes because I'm trying to make a timeline of events before I move on for certain things. So, but anyway, I will be right back. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, let's continue on with this.
Oh, Pierre wasn't supposed to come. Well, maybe he showed up here on his own. Maybe his shift was over. I mean, I forgot to ungroup them. In fact,
I apologize
that's the
for
one the other
jumping
day that
ahead.
was calling you to ask if she should have another baby. I thought she was talking to her daughter, but she was talking to you. And good thing I caught that, because I was trying to tell her no, and at least that gave me the reason. It's like, okay, we're really not we're not at liberty to talk to you about that stuff. We're not that kind of friend.
They sure do have a lot of food at the Spice Festival. Always got people cooking.
Oh, you got some bags on your eyes there, girl.
Here we go. And that's one of them cases where the game kind of threw something at me, and I went with it. I didn't know where I was going with the story, for sure. But It just kind of, sometimes they throw things at me. Just a real quick intro on her, who Haley Miranda is. Haley Miranda McKenzie. So, back in, well, this would have been back in like January or February when we first started the thing, but it was for our April issue when we had the article where Dana was interviewing Penny Pizzazz, catching up with Penny Pizzazz. Well, when she got her first modeling agency gig, her first contract with Star Echelon Modeling, after being in the department store catalog, she made a friend there named Haley Miranda McKenzie, who was a model for him. They were at a fashion shoot where Penny was going to do something else, and Haley was supposed to wear this dress here. This was the debut photo of Helena Rose's new dress. It was her first dress of this collection. You know, at the time, she didn't know it was going to turn into a collection, but this was the first in a series of this style dress, and then they had different prints each year. But Haley was supposed to wear this dress and walk a catwalk with it. But right here, down here. She was complaining. The thing was she had long hair, and every once in a while she'd come to a photo shoot and they'd be chopping on her hair and putting more layers in it, and she hated it and she had no say. Well, at the fourth one where Haley was supposed to wear that dress, right here, at the shoot for the waitress outfit, I tried to speak up, but they said one more word out of you in your history. You signed the contract. You wanted this. So I backed down. At the show that I wore Helena Rose's Blossom dress, they fired the only friend I had there for refusing to wear heels when she had a doctor's note about a foot injury. They just tore it up and said, hit the road. So that was Haley Miranda McKenzie that was supposed to wear that dress, and instead, Penny went out there wearing this dress. It's like Dana's like, I wish I could say I don't believe you, but I've heard stories about some agencies before. Yeah, stranger than fiction for sure, but there wasn't much time for me to absorb it. The manager turned to me and said, well, young lady, this is your lucky day. You're going to model a dress by an up-and-coming designer. What's her name? Helen Ross? We just signed a deal to do a few shoots and shows for her line, and it looks like you'll be the star. You want that, right? I did my best to try to nod with a smile. He said, you got that stone-faced model thing down, Pat. Don't forget who's calling the shots now. So I held it in, although I could feel myself getting extremely angry for the first time in my life. But I saw that dress and it perked me up a bit. I did my walk and turn, and that was that. He said I would be doing the New York show in a few days. I just had to get there myself and not be late. So I'm not gonna rehash that whole thing, but that was like how Penny got into her big break to start with. Then she was angry on the way there, stopped at the small town salon that was basically a garage attached to a house on the coast, had this lady cut her hair. She didn't care if she was going to get fired. She was done with modeling. She didn't want to be a model that badly. But as it turned out, after doing the catwalk and coming back, and the guy was going to fire her, well, the lady that was doing the wardrobe lady in the dressing room was silently collecting names of everybody that agency was firing. Her name was Chantel Rice. Well, we'll get into it here. See, I spun the 180 and made the return trip. Wait. Where are we going? Oh, here. I'll do the short version. She got there. She got dressed in the dress. The manager was nowhere around to fire her. She went to go out on the catwalk. And just as she was about to step up the stairs, he called out to her. And she just kept going up the stairs and out here. Turns out, nobody was ready for the show yet. They were all still setting up their cameras and everything out here. But a lady calls out to her and says, "Hey, well, I was appalled to discover the show hadn't started. I stood there abashed. All I saw were empty seats and photographers setting up. I could feel my nerves tightening. But then a voice called out, 'Well, you came out that far. You might as well strut your stuff, gorgeous.' So I sheepishly strolled down the runway to the end and stopped. I had not had much training on catwalk strutting, nor proper turn posing, so when I reached the end, I just sort of paused. Like that previous show was like her first time trying it. A few years later, some of the photographers began to send me prints of the photos that had never been published. And that's these here that she's sharing with the magazine for this article. And these. I was standing there like an actress who forgot the next line when I heard the voice again, this time from directly in front of me. "That is the snazziest, most alluring haircut I've ever seen. Makes me wish I had longer hair so I could chop mine. So what are you going to do now, darling? The floor is yours." I suddenly felt as though I couldn't feel the floor beneath my feet. I had no idea if it was appropriate model behavior, but I put on quite a show. They all loved it. The flashbulbs twinkled everywhere. It was in that moment I knew I wanted more. So basically what I got here is I set up cameras at two different spots and took pictures of her standing at the same spot doing the same poses and just showed, what the pictures look like from a different angle. And then I think I only had one of that one, or I'd already shown a different one, but anyway. They all loved it. The flashbulbs twinkled everywhere. It was in that moment I knew I wanted more. When I finished my dance, the lady hopped up on the platform with me and said, "You look amazing in that dress." I said, "I love this dress. I wish I could buy it." To which she replied, "You're in luck, darling, because I don't want to see anyone else wear that dress. It's yours." My jaw dropped. I'm Helena Rose. I believe this is the second time you've worn one of mine. You got that something special. I don't get inspired easily, but I'm already thinking about what you're going to be wearing for me next. You head on back and get ready for the real show. I can't wait to see how stunned everyone is when you do your walk. I hugged her and thanked her and floated back down the runway. I'm forever grateful for what she said and to the photographer who sent me photos of our meeting. Indeed, it was only the beginning. I was in heaven. Then as I began to head down the rear steps, I was brought back to earth with a boom. Did you enjoy yourself? I hope so, because you're not going to enjoy the talk we're going to have in a bit. But first, you're going to finish the job I'm paying you for. Getting that dressing room and let those other laggards earn their keep. Then you're going out there and you'll act professional. If you have any clue what that means, you giddy dimwit. My knees turned to rubber as I remembered my fate was already sealed. I couldn't move, but then someone grabbed my elbow and tugged me into the dressing room. She didn't say anything. She just sat me down and tidied me back up. I could hear the music start up just as she finished. She glanced at me in the mirror and gave me an understanding smile. She walked me to the door and I was on my way once again. I don't know how to act like a stone-faced statue, but I didn't need to act. It's all I could feel. I saw no positive end in sight. I reached the end and did my best hand on the hip pose while choking back my emotions. In the tiny rear corner of my mind, I wondered if I was being noticed the way Miss Rose was expecting. Would it matter? My modeling career was over anyway. It's funny, though. Every time I see this picture, I'm awestruck by it. I can feel the chill in my heart. I'm the Tin Man with no oil. Would anyone help me? How could they? I knew the rules. I broke them. I was so dazed that I don't vividly recall the bright flashes, but I do remember it more like being surrounded by fireflies, a swarm. I faintly recall hearing Helena attempting to tell me something. I glanced her way, and in my mind I may have smiled at her, but my face didn't show it. I spun the 180. Okay, that's an email. Sorry about that. I spun the 180 and made the return trip. As I reached the hallway, I paused for a moment. I didn't see him yet. Then a bright flash hit me like lightning. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. I couldn't help myself. I just started my new magazine and I'm looking for my first cover model. I'm having trouble getting any of the names. Another voice interrupted. Excuse me, but this young one and I have business to discuss elsewhere. Sorry, every time I say I'm not going to go through this whole story, it's like, I can't help it. Part of it is because even though I didn't finish writing all of this, I still wrote quite a lot, and it was a big accomplishment for me to do this, to actually write this much of an article. So, I don't know if it's good for everybody else but for me, I had a teacher that told me if you don't celebrate yourself, no one else will. So, I take that to heart. It's not that I want to brag or anything, but it just, I know me and I know my accomplishments and what it takes for me to do it. And this was big at the time that I took all this time to do this. And I like how it was coming out. So, and it's the story. I mean, this literally is like how the magazine started and who was the first cover model and all these little things. And here we are, we have to go back and reference it again because of that event with Haley getting fired there. Because it was big. So, he led me to the dressing room and then said, well, I hope you're not as ignorant as you look. What did I tell you the other day? I'm sure you remember. I call the shots. Did you really think you could get away with doing that to your hair? No. I can see it in those cold eyes. You knew this was coming. You want out. Well, you have your wish. Just a few notes. You're not getting paid for today. Also, I hear you were given that dress. Your contract states that all gifts or royalties are subject to my approval and are subject to confiscation. You there, help her out of my dress and box it up. I want it waiting in my car in 5 minutes. I was about to erupt in tears when I heard that voice again. You hold it right there, Jack. You forget that we also had a contract. It states that I get to say in who wears my dresses and that I retain all rights over them. I can't stop you firing this beautiful young lady for whatever it is she'd done. But I'm terminating my contract with you and yours. I'll pay what I owe for the remaining show, but I won't be using your services for it. With that, he stammered out of the room. As he left, that lady from the hallway entered. She said, I overheard from outside the door. I'm sorry, dear. Some of them agents are downright sleazy. Helena added, They sure are, but don't you fret. We're going to help you get sorted. What's your name, darling? I answered, Penelope Parsons. She said, No, that won't do. You are a penny, a nice bright shiny one. And you certainly have that special something. What's it called? Oh yeah, pizzazz. Your penny pizzazz. The other lady added, How about we get you your first magazine cover, Miss Pizzazz? Hi, I'm Beatrice Ullbright. I just founded Beauty, a magazine for people who are beautiful being themselves, not counting that one that just left. I burst out laughing as the tears fell. Through the flood, I said, "But I don't have an agency to work for." A third voice spoke up. "Leave that to me. I've already got the paperwork filed. I'm opening my doors in San Sequoia next week. I've already contacted every model those jerks have fired in the past year, and they're eager to sign with me, including your friend Haley. There's plenty of work for her that doesn't require heels. Here's my card. I'm Chantel Rice of the Flamingo Modeling Agency. I guarantee you in front of these witnesses that I'll always offer you a fair deal or better. My goal is for my models to succeed, even if that means they find new homes. You all deserve the best for the hard work you do." "Any special rules?" I asked. "Only the kind that other businesses have about being on time and such. There are no weight or size clauses. We'll just do a measurement occasionally to make sure we let the designers know if they need to make adjustments to the fashions. That's not an issue for you, is it, Miss Rose?" "Not at all," she responded. Dana said, "Wow, I'm speechless. Thank you so much for sharing that. I hope our readers appreciate you opening up about it. That was such a roller coaster ride. I never knew Beatrice helped launch your career. Did you have any more trouble with Star Echelon?" "No, they managed to keep their doors open for a few years after that, but I heard through the grapevine that they just couldn't stop firing their models and word got around. They may have lost a lot of contracts when they couldn't replace their models on short notice. I could be wrong. I would like to say one thing, though. He was right. I had signed a contract to be a model, and that often means doing as you are told. It sucks when it's not a change you want to make, but it is part of the job. Unless you get lucky and find an agency like Flamingo that had a different approach. We had a say. Signing Chantel's contract was such a relief, knowing I was free to grow my hair out. But I wasn't expecting what happened." Now, long story short is, as these pictures of her got put into magazines as advertisements and such, all of a sudden it hit like wildfire. There's no Rihanna or Posh Spice in my story. So Penny Pizzazz getting this haircut, it was people taking the penny plunge. And suddenly it was like, I can't just grow my hair out. I'm popular for this haircut. So it took her quite a few years to start growing it out. But here we go to the first cover. It featured both this picture and this picture of Penny. This was the one that was taken backstage. Just caught her by surprise. And then we had the second model was backstage of a soap opera called Bright Bells. A soap opera about a magazine. And it was just getting started. And Lexi St. John was like a young, brand new actress at the time. So it's like Beatrice was just going around and finding people that didn't necessarily have modeling contracts at the time. Just everyday, whatever. Lexi might be a star one day, but she wasn't yet. Priscilla Puentes is a maid. I'm sorry. She's a repair lady. The handy person repair lady. Stephanie Foster was a maid. You call a service and somebody shows up. That was Brasida and Stephanie. And then this is Haley Miranda doing her cover for Beauty Magazine. And she's not wearing heels. Turns out she still had some foot problems after that. But what ended up happening is later on she became the manager. Chantel was the owner, and Haley Miranda is the manager of Flamingo Modeling. And here we are, face to face, a couple of silver spoons. Oh wait, no, that's something different. Okay. So here it is. Jocelyn's about to meet Haley, who is still the manager over at the Flamingo Modeling Agency. Oops. And I wasn't expecting this to happen, but... Or maybe I did I just add her to the group? What happened here?
Before.
Let me see what's going on here before.
So, if anybody does not know, Haley here
Is this where they met? Or did they meet a few days ago?
Let's move you in with them.
She might have been coming over while we were doing the open for business thingy.
Manager of Flamingo Modeling. And she's a former model herself. She's the friend of Penny Pizzazz, who got fired right before Penny got fired. If you saw any of the early episodes.
Sorry, I want to figure out what happened here. Did she randomly show up? Trying to figure out why all of a sudden she's grouped up. Okay, at the moment, she's not part of the family.
Oh, you got some bags on your eyes there, girl.
Okay, so at the moment, she doesn't have. She's not part of the group. Yeah, she's not part of the group. So we add her to the family, right? Somehow. What did I do here? Yeah. Huh? Okay, that's when I added her to the group. Okay. All right. So we're still on trend for what I said earlier. We didn't know her until just now. Or at least I don't think we did. You know, maybe they had met before during other things, but I'd have to go way back and check that. I mean, she probably was showing up when we were, like I said, when we just had people coming for the business being open, and they were coming to the bottom, the ground floor conference rooms. But here's this thing.
Oh. You know what? Here's the thing. I was wanting to have like a long conversation with this sim, so I will accept this offer for a while.
So yeah, that was the game kind of giving me something.
Planning on that, but when she was standing here, I'm like, you know what? I think I'm going to incorporate her into what I was going to do next.
Yeah. That's exactly what happened.
If anybody does not know, Haley here. Let's move you in with them. Haley is the manager of Flamingo Modeling. And she's a former model herself. She's the friend of Penny Pizzazz, who got fired right before Penny got fired. If you saw any of the early episodes.
Or you were watching 2 minutes ago when I went through the whole thing.
They both worked for Star Echelon Modeling, which had strict rules and all that. And Haley, or I think I said it was in New York. And calm down, buddy. We've
all right, here we go. So this is right after she had that supposed to be a meeting with Gloria Downing. And she's talking to Haley for the first time, or
you work
at least
the modeling agency?
Yeah. Talking to her for the first time.
Been around for a little while, about 10 years. Yeah, I think I saw you, weren't you one of our cover models? Yeah, I was, yeah, when was that? I believe you were one of the early ones. Yeah, July of '98 was just after we started Flamingo Modeling Agency, and I was still just one of their models, but I was finally happy. And Chantel really kept her promise on taking care of us. Hey, your models ever get called to appear in Gloria's Guide? Occasionally. It's seems like lately only a few select people are getting in that magazine or on it. You ever had any dealings with Gloria herself? Well, I try not to remember those. Why so? Well,
Yeah, come on. Spit out.
she's not a very pleasant person. She can be downright bossy. And on more than one occasion, she's stormed into our office and made a lot of demands. Let's hope she doesn't do that with me. Well, you're a rival magazine, right? Well, for the most part, yeah. I don't think she views us as a rival, though. Well, do you want to be? After that stunt she pulled today, I'd love to knock her down a few notches. Well, you're probably not the first to say that. But that's definitely easier said than done. You know, it's not that I want to beat her. I just want to make my magazine better. I want to make our magazine better. I want it to be I want it to be amazing, incredible, something that people look forward to reading. But at the same time, I'd love it to be something that still catches them off guard. They're surprised to find something in the magazine. You know, you want your magazine to be worth reading? Yeah. More than just a picture on the cover. Yes. Well, there's plenty of people in this town that kind of feel that way about things. And other towns. boss Beatrice. She sure does. She had a good thing in mind when she started that magazine. It's not quite the same as it used to be, though. Yeah, I'm starting to realize that.
Nice run.
Well, you need anything from me or my models, you let me know. I will do. And I'm sure I'm going to need something. Yeah. Hey, also, while we're on the subject, that advertising agency over there, that Adeline, they're pretty good too. They tend to not end up in Gloria's magazine, though. That's one thing she don't have. You get yourself a few more of their advertisements. Thanks. I'll look into that. Yeah, every once in a while, one of my models does something for one of their clients. Okay. Let's move these two back into the main house here. And it's 4 o'clock, so I'm gonna go ahead and get to bed. Today, when I go to do a stream, unless something happens, unless I get called into work or whatever, I'm supposed to be off today. Not usually off Saturday and Sunday, but I am off. So
It's kind of funny I'm saying that because the same applies to this week. I'm not usually off Saturday and Sunday, but I will be. So I'm off today. I work tomorrow, and I got Saturday, Sunday off at the moment.
but it'll be another long one. Now, tomorrow, Monday morning, I start at 7. So, I'm not going to be going too late at night tonight. Alright, let's save it right here. well on that. It's still too many. I was already at the max limit on the bridal salon. That's why it's like, I want to know. Let's put this dress.
Okay, I was taking pictures of some of the dresses. A lot of the dresses.
That'll be way too much. I mean, you've already been doing this for like, what, 5 hours? Well, that's the problem. You have to work. You have to work at it, otherwise you can't do it. It's either that or you only do a couple of pages and then it's boring. I mean, either way, I have to faff around with it, you know. I mean, there's a lot more than I thought I was going to be doing. Yeah, and then you didn't even stay up too late so that I actually get to bed and sleep, and I don't know yet if I'm working next Sunday or not, so being able to catch up on sleep or whatever.
Alright, come on, let's get on with this.
So,
Come on.
we should make like, well, don't we have to have a career to make these?
Yep.
Maybe. Are we able to do one without being in a career? she's already got a couple. No, you can't do those unless you're in a career. I guess. Okay. That sucks. Well, no, not completely. Not completely. It doesn't suck completely. I mean, it gives me an idea for later. At some other point. Huh. I didn't realize we were using different colors. Okay. Okay. I don't think we've ever met Lee Howell. Ooh, excuse me. Now let's just bring her just in case I decide I want to do some sort of conversation.
Okay, I'm gonna warm up my coffee real quick. I will, I'll be right back. Oh, really? Like I'm supposed to watch that show based on that? Watch this new show called Pluribus because some lady's standing in the street either I have it muted, so I don't know if she was shouting or singing, but she's just standing there in the middle of the street at night. I need to watch that show. I better sign up for Apple TV now or else I'll miss that. Oh man. How much does that cost? I'd totally be willing to give up my series here for that. Not. Hell, there's only one reason I bought Hulu to begin with, and even when that's on, I'm still trying to do my episodes, so, yeah. Nice try. Whatever the hell show that is. I wish it luck, but it's not going to tear me away from this. So anyway. Where were we? We are at the library in here.
It's the middle of the night. Yeah. The groves are here. Yeah.
Wow, the Raiders sure are playing tough tonight in Denver. And they're going to get a short field.
Now, before we go here, let's, where can we go somewhere else? You want to maybe go to a bar first? There's a bar here, isn't there? What peppers?
Oh, well. Samba, Shimba.
Oh. Any relation to Julia? Won't get the one you really want because it's a level 10. It really sucks. You know, the ones I really want to get are the freaking game-provided people can't do. So, wish this game would hurry up and end. It's kind of distracting me.
Oh.
I mean, I want us to win it. There's no doubt about that, but... Okay, commercial. So, if anybody missed the earlier bits of story, after that meeting the other day with Simon Barnes that Jocelyn went to before we started messing with the butterfly garden, Gloria Downing asked if she wanted to come to lunch today at the Pierre. Well, it turned out that Gloria was playing a practical joke on her, or that's what it appears to be, because Gloria had a meeting in Paris today and stood Jocelyn up and tried to, Jocelyn, if it weren't for Pierre intervening, Jocelyn would have been going home devastated, and she's still a little pissed off, to say the least. And because of that, it's not so much that she wants to get revenge, but she doesn't want to feel like, baby sister. It's like, Gloria thinks she's all that, and that's fine, but that doesn't mean that the magazine that Jocelyn runs has to be nothing. And she's hungry now. It's like, before it was about learning her job and doing a good job at it. Now she wants to start doing the job and fighting for it. She wants to improve the magazine. Simon wants the sales up. And she doesn't have it in her mind that she can't get the sales up. She hasn't given up yet. She's just getting started. Beatrice was giving up. Beatrice was diagnosed with cancer. She's having a hard time thinking the magazine's going to survive and then dealing with cancer all of a sudden. Jocelyn doesn't have that. Jocelyn's brand new at this. Jocelyn sees potential in all of her co-workers, and she is the HR person. She can hire more people. She can do what she needs. She can get interns. She's going to do what she wants to do here. And Gloria lit a match that she shouldn't have lit. And we had Nancy Landgraf trying to hire her away, but hemming and hawing about what the job was that she was even offering, let alone what the pay was. It's like, what are you offering? And she wouldn't say. They're just, Jocelyn's a very loyal person. Do I have loyalty as her thing? Yes, loyalty is what she's got. And she studies. And she keeps going. She gets knocked down and she keeps going. And she's a quick learner too. So, she's hungry. And Haley wants to help out. Haley has been there before. Haley knows what it's like to deal with Gloria. It's like Simon's not the problem. I mean, when Jocelyn was in that meeting with Simon, he didn't sound like he was being unreasonable. I mean, he stated facts. He's the one that invested in buying out Beauty Magazine and keeping it running. And he'd like to see a return on his investment. And they've got to make money. If the magazine's not making money, you can't have it. And Jocelyn understands that. It's not just, oh my gosh, this is a big boss telling me I have to do this. No, she as somebody who is learning how to do the managing and all that, she understands it. She might have taken classes in college that Beatrice didn't take, as far as, marketing and things like that. Beatrice might not have taken those classes. Jocelyn might have a better understanding of business and marketing, and we'll see. But she's also got people wanting to help her. And just keep in mind that I'm coming up with stuff as I go along. Some things I had in mind and some things I didn't, and they're coming to me. So, we'll see where things go. And plus, sometimes the game throws things at me. Like, I didn't plan for her to show up at the Spice Festival. She did, so I incorporated it into the story.
You mean like a
So
guest
we're
star?
here, they're having drinks.
Yeah, like a guest star.
All right, so let's get your drinks.
I might do try to do a thing where somebody with level 10 bartending opens up a class to get some of these other bar mixologists to show up and teach them until they're level 10, because I'm getting a little fed up with not being able to get level 10 drinks. Like
So you're
I want these ladies to be getting a Simsmopolitan, and they can't get it.
So you're managing the modeling agency, eh? Yeah, I've been doing that for several years now. Thankfully, I was able to take that job so I could get off my feet. I loved modeling, but I couldn't walk them catwalks. Even when I was able to wear the regular shoes and flats and such, I couldn't walk them. I'd go to do the turn and I couldn't do it. Nobody wants to see their models wincing when they turn. Doesn't make for very good pictures. But you still do some photos, don't you? Oh yeah, I did plenty of photos, and I think what helped is people are kind of shocked when they do see me, like I did on your cover. They think I'm a little chubbier than I really am, and then they see how well I work out. Yeah, you sure were in shape. But we don't keep those rules for our models. Our models are not held to other standards, which is probably why Gloria doesn't really come calling to us very often. Yeah, I don't think she would. But that means there's a whole lot of people out there that could be in a magazine that aren't. All they need is for a magazine to have them. Yeah, exactly. I need to do some research. I know it's kind of late, but I hear the library here in Brightchester, they stay open a little later. A lot of students cramming middle of the night. I think I'd like to go do some research. Would you like to join me? Could always use some ideas if I, well, always helps to have fresh ideas. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Besides, I haven't really checked out any books lately. I could probably get something. Alright. What's a social item? Wow. Wow. Interesting. I've never done this before. It's kind of like San Francisco-ish. That'd be something if they actually did close these things and you can't go there in the middle of the night. But hey, it's open. We can go to the library. You know, the other thing this library's got is it's got some good research computers. You don't always find these kind of computers at your local. Hold on. Before they go stealing my computers, what we got going on here? You're good on charisma, entrepreneurial. Yeah, we can do that. Is that something we can? That's probably writing thing, and we already got the writing. Logic. Or do some logic. Media production. Research and debate. Wellness. Oh, does it only let you do the ones that you started?
Nice interception. So what are you thinking about researching over there? Well, our magazine's 10 years old.
The Glorious magazine's been around longer than that. I want to look and see what other magazines were around. You know, what else has been out there? What else has been tried? You know, Gloria wasn't always number one. You know, you got a point there. There's got to be some that were around before hers that ain't around no more. Yeah. Shit, I can slip these off my head. Ball game is over now. Is this the business entrepreneurial one? Because if so, we want to do that one. Stop doing that.
I didn't know that was their coach.
Oh, is that what we're working on? Is the research and debate? Well, hey, we're researching. I guess.
Fuego.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Hey, librarian. Can we shush him? So you finding anything over there, Jocelyn? Oh, I'm finding plenty.
Really?
That sounds good. Yep. No. Alright. Didn't know there was an opening.
Alright, let's, where did we get after this?
There are 6 potential. Cool colors. Okay. And then get rid of this. And the other one goes here. The other completed one. Do you have more than one completed? I don't remember. But if there is one, it's going up there. Yeah, there's that one. Okay. Okay. And one to start down here. Alright. So that means there's 3 left to do. Let's start coming up with her ideas. We need another one down here. Yeah, let's have her do her tablet real quick.
Oh,
It's not going to really work. She doesn't have enough time. Too late. Of all the things that pop up, your business ideas have been stolen. That sure is one way to, you know. Of all things that pop up right now. Hey, sunlight, cut it out. Now, the last time we went to work, we were having trouble with Zactil or whatever his name was, so I don't know what's going on, but
Is that what? Okay, that's Wally. For a minute there, I thought she was messing around with Ben, the photographer guy.
alright. Well, while we're
The
waiting for John to
former
come
manager
back,
of Star Echelon, who's currently getting a tryout as a photographer
Justice
here
invited Dana to go out
because Jocelyn's blackmailing him
they're gonna go
into going nice.
We're gonna have some girl time.
Turning his life around and stop being such a sleaze.
First things first, we're gonna stop by here.
Why would I want to look at that?
No clue if I'm gonna go up there and there's gonna be a bunch of people.
Why would I want to look at anything for 2027 right now?
You know? I mean, that's one drawback of this room being as soundproof as it is. Can't hear, like, if the music is still going, can't hear, or, you know, every once in a while I might hear, like, toilets flushing or something, but so, why are we here? Well, I had an idea for you. I don't know if you're down for it, but, while you're going through this, stuff, maybe you'd like to try it. Okay, well, alright, show me what you got. Well, as they say, step into my parlor. I meant to do this already, but I figured I'll just add it into the story. Because it was supposed to be there already, but I forgot about it because that was so long ago that I did it. Yeah. Yeah, I think I like that. Yeah, I thought you might. So, how long were you actually thinking about going short like that? I don't know. I really don't know. I'm trying to remember if I had her say something the last time or not. I don't remember if there was something to do with her mother or... I forget. You want to find the episode where it happened? We could. But I don't have a lot of time left. And I might still have to go do that garbage up there. I should probably go up there and take a look.
Okay. So, anybody who's watching right now, we were
He's wearing gloves.
we were flashing back to previous episodes. So I was trying to get a timeline of something. Moving forward right now, we're getting into the quote, bad guy is going to start getting bad. You know, we have our antagonist in Gloria Downing. And at some point, it's on. Just a matter of having that, starting the tug of war, the battle. So I've been going back and just retracing the footsteps with Jocelyn, going back to the meeting. First, the meeting that she had with Nancy, that was a job offer at the restaurant next to the bridge, establishing that she had gone to Pierre's. And then in episode 163, instead of Beatrice going to the meeting with Simon, because he couldn't get a hold of her, Jocelyn went to the meeting at the publisher's house, at the publisher's office. And at the end of that meeting, Gloria Downing barged in and then took offense when Jocelyn didn't know who Gloria was. And thinking that Gloria had at least stopped being mad, and Gloria asked her to go to lunch the next day, well, Gloria offered to have lunch with her at Pierre's, which is, a VIP type place, but it was meant to be a setup with Jocelyn going there and not being able to get a table and Gloria standing her up. And it was supposed to humiliate Jocelyn, and she was supposed to go home in tears. But luckily for her, she had been there with that meeting with Nancy Landgrab, and Pierre, the owner, recognized her and helped Jocelyn find out that she was, in fact, either being stood up or that Gloria forgot to come or something. But Gloria had a meeting in Paris that day. She didn't have time to go to San Sequoia and have lunch at the pier. She should have known that. But given who Gloria Downing is and what happened that night before, it's assumed that was a practical joke. And Jocelyn is getting tired of Gloria and people like Nancy calling Beauty Magazine some little rag. And she's just getting started working there and doing her job and finding out how to do her job. And she's tired of people on the outside world treating her like she shouldn't have her job. And she's hungry to do her job and grow the magazine because that's what she needs to do. And Simon told her she's got to get the sales up, and she agrees. It is a business. She's got to get money. She's got to get sales. She's got to grow the magazine. And unlike Beatrice, who's gone through this over 10 years with the merger and everything, Beatrice is having trouble believing because she's also, having trouble taking back control of her magazine after the merger and now dealing with her health issues with the cancer scare. But Jocelyn is young and hungry and wants to do the job. And it's not that she wants to beat Gloria or put Gloria out of business, but she wants to make sure that Beauty Magazine is not just some rag. She wants Beauty to be something that people look forward to reading. And she's hungry. And she's getting help from Haley Miranda McKenzie, who manages a modeling agency that deals in models that don't have the same standards as that. They wouldn't measure up to something to be in Gloria's magazine. And she's had dealings with Gloria too. And so it's like, well, they partnered up and are doing research and finding ideas on what they can do to make the magazine better. And it just happened that this part here was in this episode too, where Dana was finishing her makeover with Beth.
Jocelyn will be back soon.
So I'm just going back and retracing the steps for Jocelyn, figuring out what she's doing to improve the magazine. And this was over 100 episodes ago, too. Realizing this.
You don't need that around here. And we don't need...
So we had her working on... I had her stay in the style career so that she can finish all... Yeah, at least one of each of these style boards. There's like 6 of them.
That I made for living next to Jocelyn. Well, hey, I'm off. I'm supposed to be off on Wednesday, if I recall correctly. So that's probably a good time to do that.
So basically, we started bringing people in and teaching them to write and all that. Because the gist of it was, let's get more people writing for us. Let's not keep to just our employees, but
will show up.
We want more people, more ideas, more models, more everyday people, more everything.
Post that link if I have not done so in a while. We're not trying to play her story or anything. So let's see, we got Sylvia here. That's your mama. Your mama's here. How about, make yourself useful there, Dana. Why are you... Hello, I already gave you this.
I don't know what it is with Amazon Prime, but the stream of the football game every week so far that I've been watching them has been crap. And we've got like decent internet here. Everything else is just fine on the internet, but Amazon Prime shows up all grainy and like satellite TV. It's like, you know, if it weren't for the fact there are a couple of Lions games that are supposed to be on that coming up, I'd stop bothering, because I, you know, just as well have it on Westwood One and listen to it instead of watch it. I mean, I don't even have the volume on right now. Oh, that's a flag.
You're doing your job.
Alright.
still working on
Okay,
that.
so what I'm looking for now, I want to find the meeting that they had. Because at some point they had a meeting where Jocelyn told everybody, this is what we're doing.
The last time you tried one, it burned you. You were doing the gold one. Let's try a relaxing one.
Excuse me. I just had a bunch of grape soda. Let's try to finish it off. Really? Yeah.
Wall patterns are a selection. So I guess
So it looks like episode 174 is when we got the makeover with the glass walls. Or at least it was coming up.
okay. That's what we're gonna do though. What did we leave off at though? What's Jocelyn doing? Okay, she's chatting with her coworker here. I must have looked at this one. You know what? Since we're here, we're gonna work on fixing this again. We go all the way back to Sims 2 when I made the first glass building where I had all the stairs in it with the treadmills in the middle. If you haven't seen that building, trying to think where I've got that. I think it's in that video that I posted way back when. But anyway, my torture building where basically it's a big square, and it's got stairs like this where what do we have to anyway. I want to make a dark room for I want to make something that looks like a dark room for developing the photos. I just want. Nope, that's not metal. Just to say we made one. Let's see what we got. She's a business owner. Nope, she's not on that list.
Mama.
Okay.
It's one of those things. It's like, do I want to change my story of how things happen? Do I want to go back and do something differently? Or do I want to just be happy that it happened and I got something out of my career after all, when I might not have gotten anything out of it? I mean, I had, I had at least 1,000 people sit in my chair, so it's not like I didn't get to do my job. So, I had 10 years worth. Jokes.
So I'm just trying to find out. I mean, I might have passed it. What's this?
Whether I actually go to their household and make them into that or not, I don't know, but it's just something I can do. Lore memorized, So, okay, I know Bella Goth went missing once upon a time, but and then there's something with the Calientes and the Lotharios or whatever, but I can't even quote that because I have no idea who did what. And I've been playing since the first Sims game, okay? So, I don't know everything.
Why don't you? Because I don't. Okay, I must have been going through all the households and looking them all up.
Say where.
Okay. I just want to get to the point where if I had it, I want to see a meeting at the main conference table where Jocelyn was talking to them all and introduced Haley as the new assistant. I'm pretty sure I had that. Maybe this is it here. Yeah. This is episode 176. Alright, we'll save that for now, and then if I'm wrong, I'll change it.
You know, it kind of fits the theme of where I'm trying to go with things. You know, I've been a little confused lately. Has anybody heard from Cassandra how she's been doing. Okay. So, I gathered us all here for a little quick update meeting. Cassandra can't make it, and Beatrice is still on vacation. I just want to know how everybody's coming along with their ideas for the June issue. Anybody got any updates? Any good wedding ideas? Has anybody heard from Cassandra? How she's been doing? Is her engagement still on? I heard they got back together and re-engaged. No, it was Beatrice that was hanging around with them. As far as I know, they're still together. They've still been hitting a couple of bumps, but they're still working on it. Okay, that's good to know. So I gathered you all here as senior staff. Well, Wally's not technically senior staff, but hey, he's been around enough. I think we all can value his opinions, right? So, besides, I'm sure whatever we tell, I'm sure whatever we're telling you there, Misty, you're probably letting them know anyway, right? No, I'm trying not to do that. I mean, if it's really important, but he is here. I mean, if you need him to leave the room, I'm sure he wouldn't mind. Yeah, I'm okay with whatever you need me to do. No, it's fine. He can stay. You know, it kind of fits the theme of where I'm trying to go with things. You know, I've been a little confused lately. See, I have this job to do. And, you know, I talked with each of you. You know, I did them little interviews, and of course Haley here, she's kind of new. I'm gonna have her be in one of my assistants for a little while. She's helping me out with some stuff. I don't know if y'all recognize Haley, but she's the manager of Flamingo Modeling, and she was our cover model for was that June of, was it May or June of 1998? Of the first year?
It was July.
It was July. That was July. Ah, yes, it was July. So we're going on a 10-year anniversary for your cover, huh? Maybe for July we can get you an anniversary issue. Well, that would be nice, but it's not necessary. Well, we'll see what happens, but I recently had a meeting with our publisher. And I liked some of what I heard, and some other things concerned me. They're not, the bottom line is we need to work to get our sales up. Now, we recently had a boost in sales thanks to that TV coverage of Dana's article on Penny Pizzazz, but it's going to take something more to keep our sales going. We need new subscribers, we need more newsstand sales, but I'm not sure we can keep going with the same old, same old. I've recently done some research, and our magazine's not really the magazine it was founded to be. I'm still not quite sure how to go about doing Beatrice's vision. But I have my own ideas, and I'm sure you all have ideas too. You know, do any of you ever get bored with trying to come up with the same stuff every month? Do any of you ever feel like the weight is all on your shoulders to cover your particular topic? Do you ever feel like you can't write about something else because it's not your job or your department, or that somebody else will be upset if you upstage them? You know, I mean, I'm sitting here as the second tier dog around here. I mean, I may not be the alpha, but somehow I got second in command here. And in a lot of workplaces, there would be a lot of people mad at me or mad about that situation. Sometimes I worry that maybe I shouldn't have this job, but I do have it, and I have to do it. The only way I can do it is to do it my way. So we have some options here. We can either accept the fact that we can't get the sales up to make Simon Barnes happy and just do what we're doing until he decides we're not good enough and stops printing our magazine. Or we can look to do all sorts of new things and do them well and see if that helps. I want to grow this magazine. I want more topics. I want more contributors. If we need more advertisements, we'll have more advertisements. But we're going to have a good ratio of content to advertisement. So I put together a little bit of an idea board here. And I'd love it if you all put together a few of your own. And I'm going to be trying to hire some people and get some more interns in here. I don't want to call it competition, because I'm not getting rid of any of you. Nobody's going to be replacing any of you. But I want more. And you shouldn't have to do it all. I'm going to set up. I'm going to use those 2 conference rooms downstairs a little more frequently. Any of you that want to help out, we're going to bring people in here that aren't necessarily good writers, but if they've got ideas and things to write about, I would appreciate if you could help out and help them write their articles. There's a lot of people out there with potential. Somehow I got my foot in the door here, and somehow I got a job here. There's people out there that also they have a lot of skills and ideas, and if they could just get their foot in the door, somebody takes a chance on them, well, good things can happen. Cody, I recently hired another photographer. Now, you are definitely in charge. He has special rules that I had put in place for him for working here. I'll go over those with you at a later time, later today. But we're going to expand our photography department. We're going to start taking pictures of not just people. See, I went back and I reread a lot of our back issues, including our very first one. You know, and I'd always been wondering just what Beatrice was trying to do. Mm-hmm. But if you read her first few issues and her letters from the editor, you'll see that she was really motivated and inspired and excited to have a magazine for individuals, not just pretty faces, not just the celebrities. And I get the feeling she was working towards adding some other things to the magazine when the rug got pulled out from underneath her, you know, for I don't know if we can do exactly what she was thinking, but we're going to do what we're thinking. This wedding issue that we're doing, I want to nail it. I want it to be something. We can't just do the same old wedding dresses. There's all kinds of different weddings out there. There's all kinds of different wedding dresses. Not everybody's got $1,000 for a wedding dress. But we're going to celebrate weddings. We celebrate the idea of people meeting each other and falling in love. And we're going to provide information. Who's available to hire? Both high-end and local for all budgets. Speaking of local, what if we feature some local people that are getting married soon? Wally, that's an excellent idea. We are definitely going to do something like that. We're going to feature local florists, local dressmakers, bridal salons, all sorts of things. If it's for a wedding, a venue, both regular venues and other places that could be used as venues. Places that could be for photographs. I want people to be able to open our magazine and find the names of some wedding planners, officiants, both the traditional and the non-traditional. Not everybody wants to go in front of a judge or a priest. What other options are there? Does anybody here have any problems with taking other people under your wing and teaching them? Are you worried about losing your job or having somebody write a better article than you? Let me know now, because all I want from any of you is your best articles. I don't care if somebody else's is better. I just want your best. And I'm going to try to do my best to do my job. I'm going to earn my job. I want you all to believe that I'm supposed to do my job and supposed to have it. Does this sound like a plan we all can get behind?
Well, anything else?
Okay, I think they're all in agreement.
Yeah, that was over 100 episodes ago. I will be right back. It is warm-up coffee time. So I will be right back. Alright, we're almost caught up to whatever I'm trying to do here, and then we can start to plan what's next. But I'll be right back, and we'll try to figure that out then. buddy. You eating some more? Yeah. Buddy getting some more munchies from his own plate of food? Yeah, you are. I see that. I see that. He's a good boy. Okay. Alright. So what did we do for the rest of this episode?
So I mentioned more advertising. Do any of you have any ideas for any different kinds of advertisements we could have? Different products, different things? Definitely think outside the box here. Well, it doesn't have to just be beauty products and clothing. I don't know at the moment. Maybe, I think we should but we should give local people, whether it's local people here or in another smaller town or, more mom and pop people, give them a chance to have their advertisement in a magazine. Maybe they run a dress shop. Maybe they run an appliance store. Maybe a lot of people buy clothing from thrift stores. What if we did some advertisements for the thrift stores? See if any of them are interested. Yeah, that's an interesting idea.
It is. I forgot about that. That's giving me some ideas. I mean, let's say we had a... Here, time out. I made that bike shop for the 1981 version. And it's like I've got the that article earlier about the punching bags where I listed all the different gyms that might have a punching bag. Well, let's say I had an advertisement for a bike, and then I just listed a bunch of bike shops in different cities that might that have that bike in stock. I could do something like that. Nope, that's a miss. Missed the field goal. A missed opportunity with the after the interception. Okay, I need to write that down though. It's funny. I got like the same things opened. It's like I go to click on it. It's like no, that's the video we're watching. I gotta go back here and get one for real. Local. I like that idea. That would give me a reason to build things. Even if it's just like building them like as if it's a TV, like a TV show set, where I'm just building to get a picture of an interior, but not building the whole thing. That would give me a reason to build more things like salon interiors and things, without having to build a whole building and commit to making the whole thing. And Um, um, could be I could build like a picture of for like a hospital advertising, when you're ready to have your little bundle of joy, come to our hospital. Um, it's like there's all kinds of things to have advertisements for, and I mean, because the birth of a baby is something beautiful, and there's ways to do that advertisement without being messy. Not that this game even shows the mess without having any mods. Let's write that down. Could be. I mean, there's real estate ads. There's. I want to do like blogs. Like such as a garden blog with monthly updates. The festivals, especially now that there's more of them, I could have a reason to go check out the festivals and just get a picture or something from them, like I was going to do anyway with Dana, but she's been so busy lately. Earlier when I was watching Serena's stream, I came up with the idea of like a drill sergeant doing a workout class, like body boot camp type thing. I don't know what that would be like, but we could do something. That would be something for or Cassandra to cover. Oh, you mean like that episode of G.I. Joe when Sergeant Slaughter showed up and it's like, okay, slaughterhouse style training starts at 0600. Yes, Bob Remus. Who? Bob Remus, Sergeant Slaughter. Oh, yeah. I hope that doesn't jinx it. You know, I really like what I got going on here. This is, I mean, I don't I wish I had the kind of time that allows me to remember to do all this stuff, but there's a lot of, damn it, a recipe of the month that is sent in. Like I said, contributions, letting people contribute. I mean, it'd be like starting up like a Facebook group or a forum these days and calling that a magazine, but it's just everybody contributing their own things to it. Everybody's starting a thread, and then people jump, that's basically what like a forum was, is. And you had the main boards, and then you might put a journal section where people can go start their own journals and do what they're doing on their own, so that they're not cluttering up the main board with just their own personal updates all the time. Pattern after a message board / forum. You have main topics, new person area, new reader area. That's like for them to introduce themselves. People can write in and say, hey, I just picked up your magazine for the first time last month or recently, and I'm so-and-so, and then a journal area. Oop, the A key is too close to caps lock. I have a lot of forum experience that I can, I've seen this in action. So, a post your photos here area, post your own stories here, I mean, there's so many things that could come of that. Now, back in 2008, magazines were still around, and it still was not, the internet was still not running the show yet. It took a long time before magazines started coming around to the idea of, hey, let's post some content online. Now, unfortunately, that's a twofold thing. Because, like people right now, you go to read a newspaper article or something, and then it takes you to the page, and then it's like, oh, to read any more of this, you're going to have to subscribe. And then that pisses people off. And I got to thinking the other day, it's like I built that restaurant for 1981 based on the one that's in the real one that I had gone to and that my mom had worked at. And they always had outside of them the boxes for buying newspapers, because people would buy a newspaper to bring into the restaurant. And I mean, that was my dad. My dad spent his life going to a restaurant almost every day. And he knew more about the waitresses' lives than he should have. Because he'd go to different restaurants and be, I was at such and such, and I was telling that one lady about, she remortgaged her house, and blah, 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 and this and that, and, that was his life. He'd go there and he'd be reading a paper, he'd be talking to these waitresses, Now, he didn't seem to be the type to take up a table like for a long time if the place was really busy. He wouldn't screw them out of more business by sitting there drinking just coffee after his meal when she could be getting another full table. But at least it didn't seem that way when I was with him. But yeah, he spent a lot of time in restaurants. Whereas I pretty much have to have somebody with me in order to go to a restaurant, because I'm not the type to go into a place like that and stay. I'm not I'm a loner. I was a hairdresser for 10 years, but that took a lot to do that. And I had people coming from online to book me and was able to talk to them ahead of time. So it wasn't walk-ins coming to see me that didn't know I'm the one that's going to do their hair. It's like people booked me and knew who they were booking. There's a less of this first impression crap than I really... Anyway, but still, anyway, that's besides the point. But the point was they used to have the newspapers outside all the time. Now they don't. It's like, newspapers shutting down and all that. Well, you're not printing anymore. You still have a lot of older people that still would like to read a newspaper, but you're not providing it. But at the same time, you're not putting them out at every corner, and you're barely putting them in the supermarkets, and where's anybody supposed to go to get them? Anyway.
Well, I don't know how, if this fits, but, I've got horses at home. And while it's not people, some people like pictures of horses. So what if there was pictures of nice horses, and it could be an advertisement for food for horses or something else? That is a very interesting idea. That's the kind of thinking I'm talking about. You know, people wouldn't expect that. But
I mean, that's like the reverse of that was the mane and tail shampoo. Supposedly started out for horses and then started selling it to people. Man, Broncos sure got lucky with that one. 10-7. I mean, the reason they're lucky, for one thing, is that the quarterback on the Raiders was hobbling most of the game, so, you know, he probably would have smoked them a little more if he'd been able to move. You know, with all the interceptions and whatnot going on. Okay. Bear with me, folks. I'm just keeping on here a little bit. I should probably get some music going or something. No, I don't want the music. Not yet, because I'm still trying to listen to this.
That's the kind of thing I'm willing to try. Alright, well, I'm not gonna force too much of a brainstorming session here, because it's kind of late at night tonight, but I mean, it's actually early morning, but just keep me posted on any ideas you might have. You know, if you feel the need to go with something because you just can't get a hold of me in time, you know, give something a try, and we'll deal with it afterward. You know, I mean, I don't want to be in complete damage control, but at the same time, if it's something you'll miss out on if you don't strike, then go ahead and do what you gotta do. So we've had our little meeting. Well, it's a big meeting, but so now we can get going on moving forward a bit. Alright, if anybody needs anything from me, I'll be in my office. Okay, so I definitely gotta. I don't know where I came up with that damn horse thing, but I'm like, well, she's got horses. That's something. Hey, horses are involved in weddings, right? Some have horse-drawn carriages. Some just simply ride in on a horse. I'm gonna get my coffee warmed up. I'll be right back.
No, you don't. That's my job.
Contest for runway weddings. People having a wedding at the magazine. Well, you know I like to go to thrift stores, and sometimes they have wedding dresses there. Maybe we could check around to see what thrift stores have them, and maybe we could do something where to help somebody get those dresses.
Okay. What's going on right this minute? We're still playing this household. Maybe that's what sets her off even more. What if, not knowing it, but what if Gloria decided that she was having a wedding issue for June? And somehow more people buy Beauty Magazine's wedding issue than hers. And it pisses her the hell off big time. And see, the thing is like, that's not necessarily stealing an idea or, but the fact that I don't think Beauty Magazine did a wedding issue before. Maybe Gloria has a wedding issue every year, but maybe it's not always in June. Maybe for some reason Gloria changed it to June this year because of some event coming up, and she doesn't usually do June. But the fact that Beauty has a wedding issue the same month, she's going to accuse them of stealing the idea from her or trying to outdo her or something. Or what if she hears that Beauty is doing a wedding issue and she decides to bump up her wedding issue to June, trying to smother them. And it backfires on her. Yeah. Because that would be even worse. It's like she tries to sabotage them by moving her wedding issue to a different month. And maybe people aren't expecting it because she doesn't do that month. Maybe people that plan their weddings using her magazine weren't expecting it so soon or something, and they just, I don't know. Something like that. That we can go with something like that, where she heard that Beauty was going to do that wedding issue. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. And that really sets her off when they somehow, whether they outsell her or they just have a big chunk of sales and she doesn't get as much as she usually gets for her wedding issue. And maybe when she does have her issue, it's usually a big sales month. It could be like, well, that's like half the sales she gets for a year. But now she doesn't even get half of those sales that she usually gets. So it's like now she's only getting a quarter of her sales because only half as many people bought it. They weren't expecting her to have that issue that early in the year. Maybe it's usually a September issue. It's just not usually a June issue for her, and it could be one of those cases where Beauty gets their magazine on the newsstand like the previous week or a few days before them, and that's when people have already bought Beauty magazine and didn't buy Gloria's Guide. It was just a timing thing. Everything is just a timing thing, but she's going to throw a fit about it. Yeah. I need to get in here and get these guys dressed more appropriately, because these are her help. They're not supposed to be dressed in like plain clothes.
Ah, Yabasani.
You don't say.
Oh.
Yeah, that.
So. Oh.
Okay, who is she putting on her cover? Who do we have on the other covers? You know what else probably really sets her off? She probably wanted to get Judith Ward as her cover, and Judith is telling her no. And then Judith ends up in that hidden article in Beauty Magazine talking about how she just got married and is gonna have a baby with Sammy Smalls. And that really sets her off, because that's one of the reasons why everybody is grabbing a copy of that. Because it's not going to be mentioned on the cover of Beauty Magazine, but there's an article in there about Judith Ward. By Judith Ward, like Judith giving an article. An interview. Alright, what's your other butler wearing? Last I saw him, he went upstairs. Okay, he's wearing that outfit. Okay, I'm not going to worry about putting gloves on the other guys. I just don't want them looking the way they did. Alright, I probably did not save this yesterday as because I've had this game open all night. You know, I never shut it off. Actually, no, I did do that. All right, never mind. Because that is our current episode. Okay, I did save it, and then because I went to the main screen like I usually do, but I just didn't exit the game. All right. That being said, let's get back in here. Now that I have my idea for her,
help some less fortunate have a chance to wear those dresses. Maybe we can do some sort of.
I find it amazing that
library.
This is like them doing a brainstorming session, but it's me alone brainstorming.
Thrift store dresses as it is. Somebody's probably already worn them before, but
I guess you have split personalities or something. Yeah, I do.
I realize a lot of brides would like to keep their wedding dresses. That's not always possible, but maybe some people could or maybe there could be a little easier to get the bridesmaids dresses that way. I mean, we certainly have a lot of storage here. If we gathered some dresses and
a dress library.
Come and look through what we have. You know, we could either use the proceeds of whatever we sell to buy more.
I think I had that on something. I had an idea for the dress library on something. Because I could have sworn I saw that. Looking through something. Oh, I didn't mean to turn the whole thing off. Stinking tabs. Uh-huh. Yep. Okay. Is Cassandra going to feel threatened if somebody else is writing fitness articles? Because she's not at this meeting. You know, she maybe when she comes back in a few days or whenever she's around, and suddenly somebody's here writing fitness articles, she gonna be pissed. Like, what the hell's going on? We had a meeting, Cassandra, and
Dresses for the underprivileged, or give them to other charities, or just, there's got to be a way to help everybody have a wedding. You know, I think the most important part about the wedding is you got to have it. And if there's people out there that want to have a wedding, I think we should help them have it. I really like that idea, Dana. I really like it. Yeah, I like your idea too. I think we can definitely roll with something like that. Well, I think at the very least we could do a contest to help a few people that would like to have a wedding get one. Heck, we could even do some weddings right here. This place is big enough. We don't really hold any other events. Maybe doing some weddings here would liven the place up. People could take notice of us. Maybe they'd want to read our magazine, knowing that we've been doing some things. You know, we definitely had some good publicity with your article. If we had a little bit of publicity over having some weddings here, yeah, that's definitely possible.
I probably would have done a lot more of this stuff had I not gotten sidetracked with Misty's wedding.
Sure.
And then jumping in the truck for all them episodes.
Let me write down that word. Thrift stores. Create a dress library.
Yeah. I don't know if there is such a thing out there, but there should be.
Well, definitely do something like that.
There needs to be libraries for all sorts of things out there, like baby cribs and things, and you know, because like about 10 years ago, I'd see where somebody would be posting on a local swap site, you know, hey, I need this, that, and the other for a baby. They'd have their baby, then they'd turn around and they'd like sell it all because they need the money. Then a few months later, they're pregnant again and asking for stuff again. It's like, how about instead of that, if they borrowed stuff for a little while and then gave it back and then needed it again?
Considering I doubt I'll ever get married, I sure do have a lot of damn ideas about...
Especially these days with everything costing going up and everything, and you don't exactly have Babies R Us to go shop at anymore.
Well, it's kind of hard to do that.
Or Bye Bye Baby. And it's like, you can't just go to Walmart and get everything either, because you know, I couldn't even get a damn pantry cabinet there. I had to order one from online.
My boyfriend? No, not to some 49-year-old loser. But hey, you never know. Oh well. Let's not dwell on that.
Okay, this is where I went and I was like, I think I was trying to make a salon for the Calientes. Or Pleasants, or whoever these are. These are the Pleasants. I think one of those is supposed to be I think a blue one's probably a dress shop or a tattoo place or something. And the pink one is a salon. I forget. What the hell were you doing? I don't know what I was doing. I was doing what I was doing. Try to stop me. Why didn't you try shrinking that one?
This thing here. You go like that. Yeah. What the hell happened to, like, small tables? What the hell? Now I gotta use other shit. As much as I like this, it's not the right color. Why can't you have something other than pink? Because I don't want something other than pink. Get the hell out of here.
That's one thing I can throw together as a salon. You know, I've been doing that since before I went back to school to get my license. You know, I spent many an hour in Sims 2 making salons and then actually playing with them. It's one of the few games out there that actually has salons. You know, there was a couple of mall games that would have salons, and but it was so hard to like make money in the damn mall game that it's like, well, okay, I'm bored with this, and I like mall games, but well, the problem was was it the Mall Tycoon or Mall Madness or whatever one that you spend all that time making a mall and getting every store and fitting everything in, but you couldn't stop customers from eventually turning all into zombies. And it's like, God damn it. You know, I spend all that time actually building the damn mall and being happy with it and putting all the benches out and the trees and the trash cans and all that stuff and making the hallways and building the food courts and
But you only got 5 magazines.
And you turn all my customers to zombies.
Well, they're just gonna have to frickin' fight over them. Maybe next door's a magazine store, but they can go.
That's kind of the thing, like with Sims 4 pissing me off. Like, enough with all the occult crap. I just want normal. You know, I could see having to fight, you know, keep the hoodlums and all that out of my mall, but not the damn zombies.
To all these businesses over the years. You know, maybe they could have had a few more sales, and then they didn't have to stop printing them. Well, no, they just send the damn things to salons and doctors and all that. You know, make everybody else pay for them.
They do that. They just send these things to, you know, our salon wasn't ordering magazines. They just showed up.
Yeah, they just send the shit to the salon. You know, we didn't have any subscriptions. They just were sending that shit.
And they sure as heck don't send any bills for it either, so. You know, but as an individual, you subscribe to a magazine and then forget how to unsubscribe, and they're billing you and sending frickin' collection agencies after you, and
wrap this up.
It's like, oh, you owe us $20. We're sending a collection agency after you.
I mean, I put in my time for the day. I did. Called everybody, all the senior staff, to a meeting. Everybody was there except for Cassandra and that's all. The style influencers, the simfluencers.
I was grouping people together to who's going to be the new contributors.
And then these are like the groups that they're photographers. And they're
okay, and then I was probably grouping people together and figuring out who's who.
Let's keep. there's Case.
Okay, and then this is where we started making the judges.
Oh.
And started working on their...
Oh, say, man.
And then we moved him out of that house and over to Glimmerbrook. Sent him to the library to get him started. Because there were certain things on that computer thing that we couldn't do from home.
You go hang out in there. And cheat with other people, and I gotta get him out of that club. You know, they do things that would make her jealous. And then Misty here, she's married, or not married, but engaged to Wally. And so, as a last minute change, because we were supposed to have Lucia Markovic on the cover, but she jumped ship and already got married and ended up on a rival magazine's cover. So, and that's all. That was the May issue of their magazine, and now we were left hanging with trying to scramble to find somebody else. Part of this is like pretending. So bear with me, folks. I did work early. I only got about maybe 3 hours of sleep last night. Just, you want to get busy? I want to get busy by getting a woohoo and a waterfall. Okay. Not the kind of busy I was expecting. That might be adventure.
Okay, and then I was going to build a courthouse for them. But I didn't quite finish that. You know, I didn't even really start it very well.
Given the current climate, I'm not sold on that yet, though. Oh, wow. You guys are sisters.
Oh, and then I was making her salon. Sophia Cullens penthouse salon or high rise.
Yeah, because this one's only one space wide. Okay, we got water landings. Well, I'd say that was a pretty good comeback considering how much I was. I Now we've also got a second floor here that we can use, but I'm less inclined to use this one because I can't. I'm just pretending that she lives up there. Yeah. Why do you have to have the podium? Because it looks better. I want a checkout stand. Check out my stand, y'all. So you're putting bread in people's hair? Damn right I am. This ain't your salon. You know, somebody sits in a chair and asks for a bun, they're getting a bun. See what you do when they ask for a beehive. I didn't want you to actually show me. I don't want you to actually stop it. I don't want to see it. Don't do it. Had you going, didn't I? This is too many.
You know what, here? Rather than go through all this, let's go take a tour of it. I didn't actually play test it, really, so.
Oh, well, how is that? Cool.
I mean, she is VIP type money, so she would be going to a penthouse, or I don't want to call it a high. I forget what I want to call it, but it's not a penthouse salon, but it's high rise. We got our facial room here, or massage room, but it's also that's also the facial room because it's kind. You making rice? You making rice, Sophia? That's a towel warmer. Oh, you gonna make more rice? How much rice you making? Hey, you got them people wear them bag the bean bags, but it's a rice bag for you toss it in the microwave for people that are in pain a lot. Instead of an ice pack, you use a rice bag. Maybe that's what she does. It's like some sort of treatment where it's like warm rice She's gonna put it in a bag and apply it to somebody. Yeah, it's got something. Or it could be like an oatmeal scrub, but it's slightly warmed. Who knows? It is springtime, which means we must have chosen frosted glass, because that definitely needs some cleaning. Is this a oh, that's because she's got that trait. She can spy on Sophia. Pickpocket. Claim to be criminal mastermind. Throw shade. Oh, that's what it was. Really? So she's at home, she could do a heist. Alright, you can steal from yourself? That's not quite the way that was supposed to go. You're supposed to sit in that one. I figured that. Yep, they just gotta ask for a massage. This is not. No. No. Wrong way. You're the client, not the employee. Sorry, Sophia, you're out of luck. Haha, Gloria burned her hand. It wasn't done yet. Okay. I don't know anything about these things yet. I haven't used them. Way to go, Skeletor. She burned her face off. I'm sorry, Keldor. Keldor burned her face off. Now she'll be Skeletor. Oh, man. But yeah, this was our, So I guess I did put the bathroom back, right? Well, we've got showers and tubs for mud baths and stuff. Because this is the type of place where you would be able to take a shower and get into your robe and did we make it? Okay, the hood dryers are over here. Yeah, but we didn't put the magazine table out. I know. Probably ran out of time. But hey, there's magazines here at least. Yeah, I know. Alright, well. Let's have you go back home. I would have, had her ask for a hairstyle or something, except she ain't changing her hairstyle. The only thing she'd have done is said, give me a trim and barely anything off. She got so much money, she probably goes once a week for a dusting. Probably like, okay, I want my shampoo and I want my dusting and she probably gets her nails done once a week too. And if not coming here, she probably has somebody come to the office to do the nails or something. She's not gonna go without because. Oh, I love how the transparent walls. You're able to make the pool like this now. It's like the pool's up here, but yeah. Oh, that's right. I formed a group with Sophia, so she came home with us. Oh, but you can't see them. That's a shame. Well, you can see them from this side. Okay. I want to see something. Now that we have them. They really should put the frickin' pool stuff under the pool thing. You know, would it kill them to put the ladders into the pools and fountains area? Stupid asses. Yeah, do a swan dive for your swans. I want to see if it shows her, you know, how deep it shows her doing it. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? Oh, you're doing it wrong. Yeah, I know. I was just making a joke part. Yeah. Well, if she were to do it right, it'd probably look better. Okay. I said backflip. Why are you belly flopping again? I mean, at the very least, you gotta stand backwards and fall on your back. Idiot. There you go. Alright, let's execute that swan dive. Come on, Gloria, you can do it. Gloria, do a gainer. You will survive. This wall back here kind of makes it look like there's blood in the water. Alright, here, let's get you out of the pool. Let's see, you were friends, what was it, Sim Guru Ninja. That was your lawyer pal. But now you're not friends with him. Try... Of all the... Oh my god. I've been calling her Skeletor the whole episode. Oh man. I can't do it. I can't. I'm sorry. That doesn't mean she can't consult with him. That's not too early to... I mean, they could still be friends. They're just not going to be dating, because, you know, Skeletor ain't into that dating thing.
Oh, yes. Hulain Dalma, Nebahana, Yubin Shore, Michero, Befete Palka, Kumiao Sharp Spotion, One-Eyed Baruja, Kitsune, Dr. Pipin, Nikos Karenzi, Kunchil Broxa, Spam, Sippin' Frost.
Oh.
Oh. Tuga! Yes! Oh, is that? Ha ha! Yogo! Baruna! Ha ha! Yogo! Ha ha!
Well, so much for that. They will be less embarrassed when they become embarrassed. They will never get embarrassed. That's shrewd. That must be what's doing that. The fact that we've got this money, this is probably causing that deposit to happen. That investment thing. Alright, I'm not going to be on here much longer tonight. I do have to work in the morning. But at the moment, I'm off Saturday and Sunday, so the main thing is if I get to bed real soon, I won't be as tired tomorrow. And maybe I can get on earlier in the day. After 4 o'clock. I got to work 8 to 4, so. But I have a hard time getting on here. You know, when I get home earlier, it don't mean I necessarily get on here earlier, because too many times I get home and then I'm like zonking out at around 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock after I've eaten my dinner. And it's like still 8 o'clock or after by the time I finally get on here. But anyway, let's log out of here for now. Where do I want to leave off? Who do I want to leave off with? Do I want to leave off with her again? Let's just jump back in here with her again, just to remind me of you know, I'll rehash what I thought about with her, how she doesn't realize that she found out that Beauty Magazine is doing their bridal issue, their wedding issue for June, and she decided to change to June to crush them so she could go to Simon Barnes and say, hey, look at their poor sales, get rid of their asses. You know what? I might even set that up. That might give me the reason why she goes to him and says what she's going to say before that. Because she's scheming. She's scheming against them already. She has a reason why. I'm not going to say it yet, but yeah, let's stay here because. But the thing is she's going to try to. She's switching to June to have her wedding issue in June to try to kill Beauty Magazine with it. Because people will be buying her magazine and not buying Beauty, and it's going to backfire on her. But she doesn't know that. And I didn't know that until about an hour ago myself, so, you know. Hey. Shit happens. Is that a statement of fashion? Yeah. That's a statement of fashion. Shit happens. You don't want it all over your clothes. That's not a very good fashion statement, but it is a statement of fashion. Yeah. I like that. I like that idea. That's really, really getting into it now. 308. All right, I'm gonna click exit game. So we're gonna exit the game, and then I'm gonna click around on YouTube a little bit more here before I end the episode. All right, pop it up so I can tell you to close it. All right. All right. Okay, I'll be right back though. I'm gonna go. We're gonna pop around here on the YouTube videos a little bit more to see what was happening up until episode 200 and such. And but I'm gonna go warm up my coffee real quick. So I'll be right back. And then we'll do this stuff for a couple more minutes before I go to bed. Alright, so we showed what this looked like, so we can get off of this. Oh, I remember now. So she was doing her gardening at like a butterfly garden. July 8th.
That ain't gonna work. Nope.
Okay, so that would be 4 months ago tomorrow.
I think it's about time we evolve things a little bit.
Yeah.
In what way? First of all, that's not working. Stupid worthless band-aids.
Oh, is that what I was doing?
Okay. There's many different ways I can go about this right now. About what? About this. What's this? Well, I was thinking, I came up with something. I was thinking about something anyway, while I was up and away. You and your thinking. Yep. Me and my thinking.
Oh, maybe that's when I had that. It might have been for my foot. I don't know. Although that was 4 months ago. I don't know if it was then. At least it wasn't my rib this year. Yeah, that was last year. Yeah. Okay, so that'll be fun. He'll probably have time to do it then.
Well, first things first. Does that add them to the game when I do that? Do they now exist? Not yet. No, she's not in my game. What about, he's not in the game either. So unless we invite them over and bring them into the game that way, they're not in a house. Okay, first things first. We have 8 total here, with Dustin Broke being there, and Kalama Akana from my other story. Real in Rochester. Rufus Fox, Bubbles the cat, Toons is the driving cat, Trish Panda. We got Raylan Rochester, Cora Auburn, and we have Kalama Akana and Dustin Broke. So there's too many there to have anybody move in. There's always that option. Else's houses, and we'll do something, but well, you can make apartments there and then put more people there. Yeah, that's an option. Bottom line is, do you want these 3 here? Or do you want a new one?
I love how that just decides to pop back up even though I
Sims.
closed it.
Lazy people? No, just people that aren't, like, having ambition. She likes pessimistic Sims. Damn, they're just giving up. And then she dislikes high energy Sims. Damn. Well, then she's not going to work out. That's not a good fit. Yeah. Well, we're not trying to have a good fit. Kit Royale. Alright, well, let's do this story way. Let's come here and play her. Let's see who she knows. If she already knows somebody, then we'll do something, but...
Come on.
You know Alexandria. Well, hey, we said we'd, do this. Let's do it. My main character is meeting Lil Simsy. Wow. Oh, we don't even have to, like, introduce. Can we ask her for a small loan? Let's joke about fashion. Malady. The first word we hear from Lil Simsy is Malady. We can lie about our career. Hey, we're not in charge of a magazine. No, seriously, we're not. Hey, you're the one that invited yourself to our game. We didn't ask you. Would you like to share my umbrella? Here, let's share some people person tips with Lil Simsy. You gonna complain about the rain? Too bad. Too bad. You want it over. You hear, Lil Simsy. Okay, Alright, we're gonna, because I want her to exist in the game, I'm gonna do that. And then let's find out about her. What do we got? She's a cat lover. But I'm pretty sure we know that. If you've watched the channel, you pretty much can figure that out. Oh, she's a perfectionist, huh? Well, yeah, because she keeps on redoing everybody else's houses. You know, how dare somebody else not make a perfect house? You know, all of us frickin' losers that can't make a house the right way. You know, we shouldn't even play the game. You know, why are we making houses in this game? What is it? What does she want all the time? A little blue Suburban? Is that what she calls them? I'm just, you know, I'm just kidding. I'm not like mad at her or anything. Well, she's cool. Okay. I don't really watch her channel a lot. You know, like occasionally I'll watch a little thing, but she exists. It's kind of hard to be on YouTube and watch anything Sims related without having her recommended to you. I mean, at least I'm assuming so. Okay, but we're not going to have you be flirty with us, okay? Well, that's nice of you being intrigued about our lifestyle. That's cool. That's cool that she's like that. Here, let's share our creative aura with you.
Oh, Prequel.
You ain't gotta complain about the bills here. What are you complaining about the bills for? You want us to make you pay them? Here. Come pay our bills for us. I mean, just take them out of the household funds, but, you know. Alright. Wanna go live with the BFFs? Yeah. Yeah, that serves her right. Move her into the BFF house. Right there in Willow Creek with the beginner family. I mean, we're not going to put her with the goths. Yeah. Alright, let's go back here. Okay. And we're going to go to our wheel spinner. We have Pearl, Macy, and Maria. So, Macy, Maria, Pearl. Let's see. Now, do I want to add a fourth? No. Okay. So, this is to determine which one of these got adopted by someone else. I don't know who yet. Maria. Alrighty. Maria got adopted. I might do that. Okay, no worries.
Just wondering, because somebody was at a ball game. They were playing Black Hole Sun. I'm like, is it raining down there? No. Kaya Putri. You had it right the first time. Okay, so it's A. Kahananui. Alright, one of these will adopt. Maria? Yeah. And of course, it's the one I made. Alright, Jasmine's got herself a new sister. Oh, okay. Alrighty. Alright. So we're gonna actually play this to do it. You know, this is a really long way to go about what I was actually trying to do, but bear with me. I'm continuing my pedicure a little bit here. Before I forget.
So we're literally coming here to adopt a child. So we do know her already. Problem is, I've never had them actually go in here. Alright. You talk to her. And you talk to Allie. Where's Maria? Oh my god. The one we came here for. Where is she? She ain't upstairs. Maria, where you at? Where you at, child? Probably playing on the playground or something somewhere. Okay, I don't know what's going on here.
Alright, well, we're going to have to do this a simple way. Why are you not able to talk to her? Well, this time. I didn't mean to do this in front of the other kids, but, you know. It's kind of a crappy thing to do to, you know, pick one out in front of the other kids who aren't currently getting adopted.
Alright. Wait, not yet. Not yet. First things first. Okay, we need to do hugs. Awesome. Of course. Just what yours. That's not your mother. Okay, it's showing her as your daughter now, even though she's got a different mother. It's not technically her mother. Alright. Time to go. So now she likes both the pessimistic and the optimistic. That's better. That's better.
Okay, well, we gotta hurry up with this a little bit. Well, anyway, you got adopted to there.
Okay.
Enough already. Will you put the fucking box down already? Come on already.
Almost a full moon. There we go. Okay. Magazine. So, if anybody's kind of new to this, just to reiterate, this is my main character, Beatrice Ullbright. The year is currently 2008. She founded her magazine in 1998. In 2004, her magazine and another magazine were bought out by her current publisher, and they got merged. And the magazine has not been the same since then. And she's been trying to find a way to get her magazine back the way she had it before. And she's finally got rid of the people who used to work for the other magazine. And now that she felt like she had a chance to take back control of her magazine, she's had some pressure from the publisher to get the sales up. And he's threatening to get rid of her magazine if she doesn't get the sales up. But at the same time, she just found out she's battling cancer. Now, she's not going to die from the cancer, but she is currently taking vacation time and is away from the magazine, trying to go through treatments and stay positive and fight her cancer and doing everything she can. She's trying to live like she's dying. Oh, wow, cool. Oh, wow. That's different. An escaped alligator somewhere around here? Watch out for the white claw. They say an escaped all-white alligator named White Claw lurks in these waters, and Beatrice might have spotted him.
Come on, I don't have all night. It's already 2 o'clock now. Whatever. Just go.
Oh, goody, she's here.
Get on with it.
Whoa, what the hell? Jocelyn's mother and stepfather come here, and they adopted one of these girls. Now there is this girl here who just got here. Her name's Riley Slade. That's what the random... I barely changed anything about her. I gave her the first random name they gave me, and the only thing I really gave her was she got the loner trait. Loner, and she wants to be a social butterfly. But she's feeling like a loner right now because her parents have passed away. I don't know when, I don't know how, I don't know what, etc., etc. But she's an orphan, and she's come to live here at this adoption foundation. But Allie's got a little bit of a problem right now. They're getting a little too full at this location here, and she's looking for a foster. And she asked Beatrice if Beatrice can be a foster, at least for a little bit. Now we know that Beatrice is currently fighting her cancer and doing all that stuff, but she was also trying to volunteer at the hospital recently, and she'd still be doing that if it weren't for what happened with Beth's mom coming there, and, well, Beatrice just found herself in the delivery room when the baby came out, and, well, you can't have a volunteer.
Anyway, long story short, she adopted the kid, not adopted, but she's taking the kid home with her as a foster. So that's when that started. Episode 183. I believe I had them, yep, they're looking for frogs together.
Ugh, she's gonna kick me in the teeth. Ugh. As you can see, there's a child in the picture here. Now, she's a loner. She's just barely alive.
As always, if you click on that, either in the description or if it's still showing in the chat for you whenever you're watching this episode, there's a playlist link. You know, that was number 184. If you want to see what they were getting up to and all that. I'm kind of out of time right now.
Sky's dwelling fairy home, hidden among the trees. This now.
Okay, so then this is when I ended up getting the new pack, the fairy pack.
Career progress.
Oh, and the same day,
delivery log.
was it Iowa came out for or Missouri.
Okay, so we were not in Pittsburgh. We were in Rolla.
No, that's Iowa. I'm looking at the little map down there. We've got Iowa. So Iowa was the new one that came out that day. Because we do play both games occasionally in the same stream.
There's a what I get for playing.
Now this was still Colt Cooper driving this truck.
Eyes closed.
Yeah.
She's only told like 3 people. These
okay, and then
doctor, nurse, and the lady she's living with.
wait a minute. Oh. Okay, and then in this episode, 186, is when she went to see her doctor again. To get an update on how things are going.
New, welcome. But this is our main character. She's recently been.
These are the only people here in this room that know she's got cancer.
Story-wise, she's not gonna die from it. I have no plans at all of ever killing her off or letting her die in this series. At all. But, as part of the storytelling, she's dealing with this cancer, and it's got her taking time away from the magazine. Working. Why can't you just stay sitting? Her. Her. Health-wise, everything is... Stop. No! Don't talk to her.
Can we hurry up here? This is the last thing we're doing. She's going to have this conversation, and then we're going to go on from there, but I'm going to bed.
So, your results came back. Health-wise, everything is going well. Your levels and all that are good, but the cancer cells themselves are they are getting stronger. We're going to need to find some sort of aggressive treatment. Either more chemo or... I have heard of some new research, some more natural approaches. I'm going to look into those for you. What kind of natural stuff? Well, there might be some herbalism type stuff. Herbalism, huh? Well, you let me know if you need anything. I got a garden growing if you need anything from it. You just drop by anytime and get whatever you need. I probably will take you up on that offer. But I promise you, I'm gonna look into this, and if I don't have the answers, I'll find somebody who does. But we're not done yet. We're just getting started. Like I said, you're doing very well. It's just that we haven't quite contained the cancer yet. You just keep doing what you're doing. You and Miss Wynn here, both of you keep your chin up. Well, I already know I ain't got no choice but to do that, so that's what I'll do. I do mean it. I'm going to do everything I can for you. I believe you, Doc.
Enough already. You can't hug her. Alright, enough. So that's when...
Oh, that's right. It's a community lot type thing.
they all went to the
so other people can show up.
They all went to the butterfly garden. And she gathered some ingredients.
About some stuff, and she wants to look into it.
And then I had these two go to the fairy, not the fairy world, but, you know, Innisgreen or whatever it's called. And they started their lab over here to research the natural cures and things. So, that's what they were doing. So we were doing that, and then playing Truck Simulator the same day. For a couple of episodes.
Anything to do with the cancer. Monday or Tuesdays, one that.
So they had their little workshop here, and they were researching the stuff.
Well, hey, at least I. But I've not gone into Create a Sim because I. Plants Can Whisper. The magical plant sim stump holds the key to unlocking deeper connections for nature. Seek out the magic beans, or they will awaken.
Oh, it was probably part of the next week of this event. Okay, and then we played some of them. Our judges. And then I was looking into, instead of playing, I didn't want the fairies and all that involved in my main game. So the story was that Aubrey Thornton, who is an actress, in a separate save file, would play somebody that's involved with the occults. You know, something about like my babysitter is a mummy, or my babysitter is a fairy, or I forget what it was, but I was going to do something like that.
This is only a pretend thing.
And I didn't really play much more than that with it. Just like a little...
And sleazy to Jocelyn before she kneed him in the groin and then hired him with little blackmail. So if anybody's missed this recently, if you've seen any of the early episodes, but not what we've done recently, I gave the train case building a makeover. With the clear walls.
All right. We're going to have to leave it off there. Because I'm way too late to go to bed now. I really got to go. Where did here? We all right. So, anyway, I'm going to do this as quick as I can here because I really got to go. Thank you all for watching that was watching today and anybody who watching in the future. Thank you to Daniel for chiming in. Anybody wants to check out his sports games and all that he was mentioning, his football, use his link in the chat. And hope everybody has a good night and a good day. And I hope to see you all next one you're able to make it to. Until then, bye-bye for now.